Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. Coffee House. All right. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, fan base. All right. So I had to mute your micro because what is happening is when it's playing on fan base, it's what's happening on fan base is streaming through to internet radio. So
I'm sorry. I'm
they
sorry.
were hearing
I
you
didn't
and
realize to the
AT.
very end. Yeah, we didn't. I don't think we realized to the end that you were playing a commercial. We thought you were having a problem because you
No,
kept on saying, "What's happening here? What's happening?"
that wasn't, yeah, because at first it was taking a long time to kick in here on fan base. So what I'm doing is as a matter of fact, I need to change it out at the top now. So I'm going to be changing between the link to YouTube and Watch Party. That way, when we do go to commercial or when we do take a break on on YouTube, the same thing is being pushed out to internet radio. If that makes sense, right? So because what gets played on YouTube, they don't hear it. They don't hear the commercial break on internet radio. All right. So yeah. So I said, okay, let's at least have everything. What you call it? What the word? Lord of mercy.
In sync.
Right. That's all. Yeah. It's thank you. Thank you. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you. Okay. So all right. So this is the part. So I sent a report. I did the phone shaking thing. Thankfully, 911 didn't come. But so I sent a report to fan base with regard to the glitching and the being kicked out several times during the show. I want to say I put in the ticket at least 5 times during the show. It happens, and also what is of concern is the room getting shut down because we had that happen. I think we've had that happen twice or 3 times. I want to think about 2 to 3 times we've had that experience. And I made them know in the ticket that we do stream live on multiple internet radio stations as well as YouTube live, and it lends to a negative experience. So I made them fully aware of that. So let's see if we get it fixed. If they will work on it, let's hope they pay attention. All right. So yeah. Good morning, AT. Morning, RoSolo. Morning, Marlon. Where's Ja? I know I just saw Ja. Okay. Oh,
Mm.
all right. All right. I hope Ja is feeling much better this morning. Hope y'all are doing well. Where did Ja go? She better have a good voice this morning, right? Um,
No, I don't have a good voice this
so
morning.
so okay, I'm not seeing you, Ja. Okay, now I see you. I heard you, but I wasn't seeing you. You sound better than yesterday. You do sound better than yesterday.
Because I just got out of a steamy shower.
Okay, all right. Well, you know my instruction. It's the same prescription for today, at least for the next 3 days, right? Okay. Don't even respond. Okie dokie. All right. Well, thank you all for being here with me. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I forgot. It's time to start the show. I'm here chit chatting. I totally forgot that we are actually doing a show. All right, just let me go ahead and say thank you for joining me for Coffee Until World News on the Go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world. Always great conversation and music. Coffee and Joe streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station, and MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. And we are live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Don't forget to subscribe. Welcome to the studio audience, courtesy of fan base, my fan base family and supporters. Uh, Go to www.coffeeinto.com and follow Coffee Into on your social media platforms. And you can also help Coffee to grow by clicking on the Buy Me a Coffee link. All right. So let's get into it. As always, we start in the Caribbean corner. We need some steel drums, steel pans. That's all? Yeah, steel pan. The steel pan made from old oil drums. Do they still use old oil drums or them get fancy now where the drums have to be the brand new ones? Because I no, back in the day it was the old ones and them repurpose them. It's interesting though. Big up yourself, Trinidad. I don't know whose brainchild it was who thought about, let me create indentations at the bottom of the drum or the top, I don't know, and these indentations, depending on where they are, create different keys. You know what? Since I'm talking about it, let us do a little history because also this month is Carnival month in Trinidad and Tobago. And you are going to be here in the steel pans if you're going to indulge in Carnival. So let me jump on here. History of steel pan. And shame on me. I should remember this because RoSolo, I remember a couple years ago on her radio program, The RoSolo Show, she interviewed a gentleman and they were talking about steel pans, and that it's actual, they have a school for it or it's taught in the school. How we go again, RoSolo, if you can't talk?
Well, it depends on the program, but yeah, it's taught in the school and they have a school for it. And I think your initial question was, do they have new steel pans? Is that what you said?
Do they use recycled drums or no? Still, because there was a time when it's recycled drums them use. But when I see images of steel pans now or
It's,
steel pan bands, them look brand new and shiny.
it's shiny, shiny now. Yeah, shiny, shiny.
Okay, so them
So yeah, but yes, it was part of it, and then of course in this part of the music programs as well.
mm-hmm. Okay, all right. So since it's Black History Month, let's go a little deeper. We did celebrate through music earlier with the songs from Erica Badu and Jill Scott, two beautiful young women. Um, so let's do some more music. It's the steel pan, also known as a steel drum, originated in Trinidad and Tobago in the 1930s. It evolved from earlier musical practices of enslaved Africans and the use of scrap metal to create improvised instruments. So let's get into the origin a little bit here. The steel pan's roots can be traced back to the talking drums of West African cultures. Enslaved Africans in the Caribbean used drumming as a form of communication. The British colonial government outlawed African style drumming in 1883. After emancipation in 1834, Afro Caribbeans participated in Carnival, bringing their African musical traditions with them. The government passed restrictive bills targeting African descended percussive performance. Why them just never light on African? Development. Steel pan players began using household objects like buckets, dust bins, and oil pans to create instruments. These tambu bamboo bands were made of bamboo logs cut to different lengths and struck on the ground with a stick. Players hammered dents into the metal surface of the steel pan, each creating a different note. Elie Manet was the first to wrap his sticks in rubber and bend his instrument into a concave shape. Significance? The steel pan is an icon of Trinidadian culture. The Panorama competition is an annual steel band competition in Trinidad and Tobago that showcases the steel bands in the country. All right, so there you have it, a little bit about steel pan, right? So,
I was saying that you can play the music on the show and not get dinged for it because it's just the music.
hold on, say it again, RoSolo. I
I'm
lost you
sorry, I'm
there.
outside. I
No,
said
man,
you can
I lost
play.
you.
Okay, you can play the music on the show without getting dinged because it's just the music.
No,
So it's just,
copyright
you
because
can't play?
I can't. You see, because I'm not a DJ and I don't know how to change the tempo and no lie. I know how to change the tempo and all of that. Let me say that. But doing all of that, I'm not putting myself. DJing is no easy feat. You know that already, RoSolo. And to be able to mix it in a way so that I don't get flagged, no, 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 no. Me not take on that the role there.
My bad. I thought you played.
No,
Sorry about that.
no, 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 no. That's why I play zero music on zero music. The music you hear in the promos, that's copyright free music that I was able to access from Canva. But anything else, can't do it. And if you notice, when you go to YouTube, you go to the YouTube channel and you go to the live tab to see all the past live shows, you'll see where it says copyright. But however, it gives you the alert that the composer or the owner of this music allows for it to be played on YouTube. You have to be so careful. Yeah, so careful. You know. So so you go. Unfortunately. And that is what I was saying yesterday. I miss this is the one downfall for me, and why I miss just being on radio where I could play the music. And then you have to send over. Even then, you still have to send over your ASCAP playlist, so that the stations don't get in trouble with ASCAP. Which,
Okay, so I will have a person do a steel pan mix and I'll get it to you. And you will have the copyright.
okay, all right, perfect.
Mhm.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. So let's get into it. The first article out of the Caribbean Corner: state of the art boarding house opening in the Bahamas. Did I pin this on YouTube? No, I did not. Let me go ahead and pin it here. All right, so back to the article, courtesy of Caribbean.loopnews.com. King's College School, the Bahamas, has officially opened applications for its state of the art boarding house, King's Beach Lodge, set to open for the 2025 to 2026 academic year. Media representatives were given an exclusive walkthrough of the ongoing construction on January 31st, previewing the meticulous design and premium features offered to students at the stunning beachfront facility. Set against the breathtaking backdrop of Love Beach, Kings Beach Lodge will house nearly 50 boarders. Each bedroom will feature a private bathroom, a study and rest area, a balcony and stunning sea views. The communal areas, including a student lounge, cafeteria, and a high specification gym with panoramic beach terrace, will foster a vibrant environment for students to live, learn, and grow. There are a variety of boarding options for students in year 7 and above, tailored to meet diverse family needs. So there's full time boarding, which is a fully immersive experience. There's also weekly boarding, where you stay during the week and return home for the weekend. And you have flexi boarding, where you're able to enjoy the boarding environment for up to a few nights a week. And I'm taking it that few means three, with options for extended days and overnight stays. So the boarding house will offer students the opportunity to benefit from King's College School's world class education much closer to home than traditional boarding schools located in Europe or North America. In addition, the school community benefits from an influx of new students every year as part of Inspired's global exchange program. This program helps students broaden their horizons by bringing together different cultures and languages. All right. So, anyone, I'm not sure, well, yes, they do take international students, I would presume. Anyone interested in having their children or their child go to a boarding school, but they're also able to enjoy somewhat of a luxurious lifestyle in the Bahamas, check out King's College School. After all, you're going to be there, might as well make it as comfortable as possible. Boarding school can be fun. Yes, I did attend a boarding school, all girls boarding school in the hills of Trelawney in Jamaica. Double-edged sword for me, from my personal experience, good, and it had its downside too. But if you have the personality and if you are so inclined, you can have lifelong friendships formed out of it. It becomes a sisterhood or brotherhood if you go to an all boys boarding school, like most of the boys in my family went to Monroe. But yeah, the boarding school experience, it allows you to find yourself, so to speak, right? Meaning you away from your parents, right? Now you think for yourself, so on and so forth. But yeah, it's a good experience if one can is able to, let me put it that way. If one is able to, experience it, have their child or children experience it. Not a bad thing, even if it's for a year, even if it's for 1 year. Um Sense of community comes into play. You learn time to manage oneself. you, you learn how to become independent. Yeah, yeah, independence is taught. So my experience was a little different because of my unique situation. So I had the opportunity to be flexi, if you want to call it that way. So sometimes on campus, most times at home. But it's not a bad experience. All right. Okay. Next up, we head on over to Barbados. This article, courtesy of BarbadosToday.bb, the government is accelerating its training of teachers to manage mixed ability classrooms as part of a major initiative to integrate students with special needs into mainstream schools soon. That's according to Minister of Education, Kay McCarney. It is hoped that by doing so, the stigma associated with having different learning abilities will dissipate and those students would not fall by the wayside. She said, from the government's perspective, we have said that students who have special needs and special exceptionalities, that we want to ensure that we create a space for every single child. The intention is that across all schools, we will be able to integrate all students in mixed ability classes where all students are able to learn and where we are able to provide the right types of interventions for them. When we say interventions, this is dependent on how a child learns, the pace at which a child learns, that we're able to make sure. Are you hearing me? Okay. Okay. That we're able to make sure that our teachers are properly equipped to be able to work with them. McConney said children with learning challenges were often deemed as slow learners, which carried a negative and degrading connotation. She said that with the new approach to learning the ministry was implementing, that way of thinking would eventually phase out. And that is so true. We tend to it, put that negative stigma with persons who are not able to learn at the same pace as others. And, yeah, and I think this will lend to their self-esteem for those who have challenges, but also those who are quote deemed quote unquote normal or on what's there's another term for it, I can't remember now, But those who are progressing at the normal pace, they will also stand to benefit from this integration, I feel. How? You learn tolerance, acceptance, patience, right? You learn to um, put away discrimination, if I'm wrong. If I'm right, sorry. Yeah, if I'm right. You put away discrimination. Right. So there is some good. I know here in the States, the children, well, depending on the school district you're in, I can't speak for everywhere, right? But they are allowed to be in the regular classrooms for a couple hours a day. So they get that sense of normalcy. Alexia, I sent you the invite. So they get that sense of normalcy, which is important because you know what? That's how their life is going to be going forward. They're going to have to, everybody has to know how to coexist, right? And people will be more tolerant. And oh, yeah, this comes under the umbrella of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Yeah. Hmm. All right. Any thoughts on this before I move on? Okay, let's keep it moving. Next up, we hop on over to Dominica. Dominica breaks ground for multi-purpose center for Kalinago. Is it Kalinago or Kalinago people? Not sure which one. Good morning, Mad Libran. Mad Libran is with us on YouTube. All right, so this article, courtesy of Caribbean.loopnews.com. Over the weekend, groundbreaking took place for a new multi-purpose center and emergency shelter in the Kalinago territory of Dominica, marking a significant step toward building resilience against the increasing threats of climate change and natural disasters. Agriculture Minister Roland Royer, speaking on behalf of the Prime Minister, emphasized that the project is part of a broader government strategy to protect communities, especially those in vulnerable areas. The construction of this multi purpose center is a deliberate action by the government to strengthen our communities in the face of natural disasters. The island, which has faced catastrophic weather events such as Hurricane Maria in 2017 and Tropical Storm Erica in 2015, has seen the southeastern region, including the Kalinago territory, heavily impacted by flash floods and heavy rains over the years. Roya assured the community that the emergency shelter would provide a safe haven during crises, offering protection to the people in times of need. In addition to its emergency role, the center will serve as a hub for training, economic activities, and community engagement, fostering growth and cooperation among the people of the territory. Okay, good job. All right, Grenada, you're next. According to nowgrenada.com, the IMF positive assessment of Grenada's economic resilience and growth prospects. So, on January 24, the IMF, which is the Washington based global financial institution, released its latest assessment of Grenada's recent economic performance following consideration by its executive board on the 24th of January 2025. If you would like to gain access to the report, it is available on www.imf.org. You can find it there. The executive board's assessment and full staff report can be accessed there. I'm going to go ahead and put the link on YouTube. If anyone would like to grab the link, please go right ahead. Let me drop it here. All right, so I have put the link for the report on YouTube in the chat. The previous assessment was concluded in July 2023. The conclusion of the 2024 review was delayed to incorporate the impact of Hurricane Beryl, which struck Grenada on July 1, 2024. The IMF report recognizes Grenada's robust economic performance through June 2024, driven by strong tourism growth, moderating inflation, and a narrowing current account deficit on the balance of payments. Significant revenue from the Citizenship by Investment, the CBI program, enabled improvements in public finances and a reduction in public debt, further underscoring the country's economic stability. Despite the devastating impact of Hurricane Beryl, which caused damages equivalent to 16% of GDP, Grenada's swift and strategic fiscal response has been critical in supporting recovery and reconstruction efforts. The IMF notes that Grenada's near term economic outlook remains positive, with projected growth of 3.9% in 2025, supported by effective disaster contingent financial instruments, recovery efforts, and prudent fiscal policies. Well, congratulations, Grenada. Keep doing your thing. We're still in Grenada for our next article. 1 week is left to my Grenadians. 1 week left to apply for a $5,000 community grant support. All right. You can learn more or you can find the article on nowgrenada.com. So, this article, I'm speaking specifically to my folks in Grenada, or if you know anyone in Grenada who can benefit from this, please pass the information along. So, youth led organizations have 1 week left to submit proposals for a grant of up to $5,000 through the Ministry of Youth and Sports Community Support Grant Program. The deadline for applications is Valentine's Day, February 14, 2025. Again, the deadline for the applications, 14 February 2025. The initiative, which is also accessible to youth parliamentarians and youth ambassadors, aims to support projects that address the needs of young people, promoting their personal and professional growth and development. This is a testament to the Division of Youth's dedication to empowering the young people of Grenada to become active community contributors. Proposals must align with the Ministry of Youth and Sports' 5 pillars for funding as follows. So here they are. Number 1, community beautification and accessibility initiatives that improve the physical landscape of the community, such as enhancing public spaces, increasing accessibility for all residents, and maintaining a clean, aesthetically pleasing environment. All right? Landscaping. Human development and capacity building. Projects that focus on developing the skills, talents, and potential of community members. This includes programs aimed at education, job training, youth empowerment, leadership development, and initiatives that provide opportunities for personal and professional growth. Number 3, health and wellness promotion. Projects that prioritize physical, mental, and emotional well being of individuals. This could include health education campaigns, fitness programs, mental health support services, nutrition initiatives, and other wellness related activities. And the aim is to improve the overall health outcomes within the community, promoting a healthier and more active population. I think this is something that, and I'm hoping a lot of people embark on this when we talk about health and wellness, because what we consume also affects us mentally, not only physically, but mentally, right? And when you talk about the amount of food that is imported, right, that is brought into the Caribbean, and I think we ran the numbers, we spoke about the numbers as it relates to Grenada. Yeah, this is important. Next, number 4, cultural preservation and celebration. Projects that seek to promote and preserve the unique traditions and cultural heritage of the community. This includes initiatives that support local arts, festivals, historical preservation, and cultural education. This is also important for young people to get a handle on. Reason being, because of social media, it is easy for young people to lose touch with their history, their culture. and the quote unquote foreign mindset to, permeate. And we don't want that, right? When we talk about local arts and festival and historical preservation and cultural education, that can be tied to tourism. When tourists come to the country, you can teach them, you can show them, right? They have something to, there are different excursions you can take them on that involve these different aspects, if I'm making sense, I think. And then number five, technological integration and innovation, initiatives that leverage technology to advance community development. This can include projects that improve digital literacy, provide access to technology, or integrate technological solutions to enhance education, business, and communication. The goal is to build more connected rather, and innovative communities that are equipped to meet the demands of a rapidly evolving world. I'm going to put the link for this one as well in on YouTube. Also, later on, I am going to be updating the Coffee Into website to include these resources, because I look at these as resources that people can take advantage of. All right. So that information you will be able to find on the Coffee Into website. All right. So we're through with the stories out of Grenada. Next up, Haiti. Elite neighborhood in Haiti attacked by gangs. This article courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly.com. Heavily armed gangs in Haiti have launched an assault in Kenskoff, a neighborhood known for housing much of the country's elite and previously considered largely safe from criminal activity. The attack has resulted in at least 40 deaths, with police urgently requesting assistance to repel the assault. The mayor, Jean Massillon, told the Associated Press on Monday it has been 8 days since Kenskoff has been under attack. He contributed the violence to the Viv and Sam gang coalition, whose gunmen have been going door to door, opening fire indiscriminately. The situation remains dire as authorities struggle to regain control and protect residents from the ongoing violence. The mayor described the situation as dire, stating, "As we speak, they have surrounded the area, calling for reinforcements, and the call is urgent." The confirmed death toll includes pastors, teachers, and children, though the number is expected to rise as authorities have been unable to access certain parts of the neighborhood. Kenskoff is home to many politicians, business leaders, and working class individuals who tend crops on the outskirts in the foothills of a nearby mountain range. Mm. The assault, which began on January 27, has left over 1,660 people homeless, according to the International Organization for Migration. And we are still in Haiti. An advisor is calling for a greater role of women in nations' development. This article is also courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Laurent Saint Cyr, an advisor to Haiti's Transitional Presidential Council, has urged greater inclusion of women in decision making roles, emphasizing their crucial role in shaping the country's socio-economic future. Speaking at the first Women Leadership Forum over the weekend, he stressed the importance of inclusive governance, stating that Haiti must go beyond symbolic quotas and ensure that women are fully integrated into leadership at all levels. The representation of women in decision making bodies must not be limited to a number, a quota of 30%. Our goal must be to give every woman the opportunity to take an active part in the conduct of our country's affairs. Haiti needs the quality and the diversity of their talents, the wealth of their skills, their expertise, and their vision. As Haiti moves toward its long awaited general elections, the mayor also called, well, I'm sorry, the advisor also called on women to be key players in the democratic process as voters, candidates, observers, and leaders. Well, let me say this, Lauren. It's one thing to want women to be included, but it's another thing to listen to them. It's another thing to not fear them. It's another thing to not be threatened by them. Yeah, I'm saying that loud and clear. Especially the woman of African descent. I don't know, we're feared by everyone. I don't know what. Somebody explain to me the reason because I don't get it. Why are we so feared? We're feared by every other race. We're by all other races or groups, ethnicities. We're feared by our own. Why? What is it about the woman, the black woman, the African woman? What is it about her? Hmm? Is it that we exude confidence? And you can't handle the confidence? I don't know. I really don't know. But it's interesting because the truth is this: we we're strong in so many different ways. I think our experiences help to shape how we think and how we move. Um, I think we are also a strong support system. Hmm. You know, they say behind every successful man is an awesome woman. Some people have switched up and said beside, however you want to put it. But the truth is, a lot of times, you know, the men who are deemed successful and powerful, who are well respected, they take counsel from the women in their lives. And a lot of the things they do, the good ones, and even some of the bad ones too. Yeah. So, women, you have to be careful with your power. Um, the good ones, they take a lot of counsel from their support system who are women. Hmm. Believe it or not. A lot of them don't make a decision or make a move unless they consult with a woman. You know what's another thing? Check the workplace. Most secretaries are what? You think of the CEO are run things? The what you call them? Executive assistant? They're the ones who are running a lot of these CEOs. They're the ones who make the CEOs who are men look good. They're the ones who keep them organized and in check and on target. They rely heavily on their executive assistants. Am I wrong? Or you can tell me if I'm wrong. I have seen this so many times. They depend on women. So yeah, I agree with you, Laurent. Women should be involved more, not just given a piece of the pie, 30% involvement, inclusion. No. Don't be afraid of us. We're only here to serve the benefit of everyone, right? Yeah. And I'll leave that right there. Don't fear us. Don't fear us, fellas. Don't fear us. Embrace us. Don't just love us. Allow us to reach our full potential, too, right? All right. On to Jamaica we go. Next article: controversy or controversy over psychological testing for students. Let me go ahead and pin this here. And here we go. Okay. This article, courtesy of JamaicaObserver.com. A cease and desist order has been served on an overseas based counseling professional who had been slated to administer a raft of mental diagnostic tests to primary and high school students from February 2 to 25 after concerns were raised about her competences by local experts. But the counseling professional, Dr. Lisa Hall, says she has no intention of canceling her plans. The initiative, which is being spearheaded by a local lobby group, Global Charity for All, and St. Catherine Justices of the Peace Association, was to see Dr. Hall, who they have described as a psychologist and community psychotherapist, offering free psychological testing for primary and high school students in several parishes over the period. Those services include clinical interviews, mental status examinations, vocabulary subtests, computation subtests, and the Bender Visual Motor Gestalt Test, second edition, which gives a description of visual, perceptual, and motor functions, general and behavior observations, among others. However, according to Jamaica Observer sources, regulatory body, the Council for Professions Supplementary to Medicine, based on the concerns raised by Jamaican Psychological Society, wrote to Hall indicating that she was being barred from conducting any testing there, given that she was not qualified to carry out those procedures. Hall's resume, a copy of which was obtained by the Observer, says she obtained a Master's of Science in Psychology from Capella University in 2014 and a Doctorate of Philosophy in Research Psychology from Walden University in 2022. According to Observer sources, Hall was registered here as a licensed professional counselor, despite a license which had been issued to her here classifying her as a psychologist. The sources also claimed that the absence of any evidence of practicum experience or internship for her master's and doctoral degrees have been classified as a red flag by the experts in the field here. Her background is really social work. She's a clinical social worker, but she has been doing this for years in Jamaica. This only came to our attention because we are paying a lot more attention. We had some challenges. There is no one person who can do so many things and deal with so many children. And what happens after you have dealt with them? Okay, so I'm a little confused here. Do we have a team of psychologists, psychotherapists in Jamaica that assess children? Anybody knows? Do we have any such team in Jamaica?
Look here.
Morning, Alexia.
Good morning. Good morning. Moments, let me tell you something. They say Jamaica, listen good. Me now say the lady if they come turn, they make our kids be guinea pigs or whatever, cause they must say, well, they not say which part she don't know no actual work yet. You understand? Cause are the recent, we get that, yeah? But who has been stepping up to the plate? Say, look here, we need to find out what's going with them pitney
Thank
psychologically.
you. Thank
You know how hard it is to get mental health help in Jamaica? Them kill with paperwork. Recently, I was on TikTok and this girl say, "Yo, she knows that she have psychological issues and she have some little tendencies." My girl said when she go up on the road and her head chip, she
I
just feel
saw
like she
that
need
video, and yes,
right.
I
And
sent her some
she,
resources. Yep.
yeah, and she had to go through so much red, pink, purple, and black tape just to get the help what she need.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody who, mind you, she might not have all of these years of experience, right? But if she's willing to help and not be free,
Mm-hmm.
I think the professionals that we have here should have said, all right, Ewa, you might not have the years under your belt, but we do. How we form a group and support this movement.
Mm-hmm.
This is what our children actually need because so many of our children are going to school, they're leaving homes that you might be looking on the outside thinking it's good, mommy and daddy is there, whatever, but they're going through so much psychological warfare.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously. It's not funny, right? And trust me, can we talk about it moments? Coming from all girls school, what
Mm-hmm.
more psychological warfare that you need? You get what I'm saying? When the matter say you have to get the A, when the man go cuss you out, when you can't step a finger or a toe out of place, and you
Mm-hmm.
have kids coming from homes that are not even homes, or just some of them go lay them head for a couple hours and then come back to school.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of fighting this lady and trying to ban this lady, I think they should step up to the plate. Because the lady are come show them, say them rules, them
Mm-hmm.
fall pen, see, and that's the thing. Anytime you see somebody from outside come in and I try to do something good in Jamaica, so we love fight and pick and something if you stop it.
Mhm. I saw yesterday, and interesting enough, Alexia, I saw an article yesterday that was talking about the increase in suicide with the suicide rate in Jamaica amongst young people. Hmm. Yep. So any help we can get, we need it. We need an intervention with our young people. We need it.
Moments if we don't get that intervention, if somebody does not step up as a listen, let's try this way. It's just going to be a constant hamster wheel, a constant cycle. We'll have how many kids leaving school at the end of high school can't read.
Hmm.
If they think they number a little bit, and it's not for the fact that they don't want to. A lot of our children have learning disabilities.
Hmm.
Now watch what you see in the media. Yes, we have brilliant kids, but why is it that you're going to have a child who then they just place him at one lower level school, as it were, because he might forget place, he can't stay at primary school forever, and him go straight to high school. You get what me I say?
Hmm.
There might be a 5% chance when one teacher decides say, yo, Derek, may not give up on you
Hmm.
and fight with you,
Hmm.
right? And get to the point, right? Some of these kids, yes, they're late bloomers. You have no idea how many late bloomers we have in Jamaica. A grade 9, they look like they learning hormone kicking in and then just make a turnaround point. Some
Hmm.
of them are grade. Some of them missy by the skin of their teeth and grade 11 and start show so they have potential. But what if we can have, what if somebody can actually go in and dismantle that? We're not going to say she'll get to help every child, but with enough people,
Hmm.
right? If we can reach half of the amount that's leaving school illiterate, you know, feel that there's going to be a turnaround point in our country.
It
Yeah,
makes you
we know that's the wrong thing too much.
it makes you wonder, Alexia, if they truly, at the core, are they truly wishing for the best for these children? Do they really want to see everyone progress, to be successful in whatever area they choose to, whatever path they choose to take? Are they truly desirous of having a nation where everyone is literate, everyone is functional, everyone is a contributing member of society? Is that what we want or no? Or we need to have um elements so we can talk, we can have conversations, so we can have news. I don't know. Sometimes it make you wonder. But anyway, go ahead and then we move on. Go ahead, Alexia. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is this: if we as a country can say, this lady has come to help, regardless of the fact that she doesn't have these Walipa experience under her belt. How we say, if an inexperienced person I try to help, I put the experience to shame. Them sit down in them office them sit down in them big meeting every week, every month, and them use all of them big words and them big this and big that. And what? I never say a country can have meetings, so every time hey, and yesterday, all of this meeting, we need to see action. I never see a set of people can have meetings, so mighty God. The amount of sandwich and coffee and tea them drink and eat and drink, mighty God.
And
You understand?
let us talk about the transportation reimbursement, right? But because
You understand? The amount of kilometers can go east, west, north, and south. The amount of drive, then drive. Mighty God.
yeah,
Eh?
you
And what we
know,
see out of some of them? Hmm?
you
They
know.
might keep me 2 years straight for one look or something. Eh? And the lady decided she not keep no meeting.
She going to the
She just
work.
want to. Yeah, because let us not get it twisted. These children will be her case study. I mean, I
Mhm.
tell you, it's it work the way how I would believe she wants it to work. she would far supersede no for them when I was sit down in a profession for 10 and 15 and 20 years.
Mhm.
You come here and say, so go on here, Mississippi, I hear my voice in a radio land. Do your thing.
Yeah,
Me support you.
yeah. There
If
is
I wish I had you when my daughter was in school. I wish somebody like her had come to the place and say, all right, well, would have sign up my daughter, miss. Yeah, me making be guinea pig for this, because I want to find out what going on my picnic head. Yeah.
and there is a need. There is a need for students in Jamaica to get tested psychologically. There is a need. And you know why I am saying there is a need? When we look at the youth and the number of stories that make water drop out of your eye, you cry because you're like, hold on, what's going on with these young people? Early teenage years involved in criminal activity. Something is wrong psychologically. We understand the environmental factors, the economic factors, but still, it's not like poverty is something new. Poverty has been with us since the beginning of time. But people weren't, it wasn't like this, man. So something is off psychologically with us, with our children. But anyway, next up, we head on over to St. Kitts and Nevis. CBI program records a 169% increase in applications. What? All right, hold on. My apologies. Let me jump to the chat on YouTube. Jazz says, no, if that was the case, they would make sure all children can read. Yes, Jazz. Makes you wonder, do they truly care about how children turn out ultimately? All right. So, according to Caribbean.loopnews.com, St. Kitts and Nevis has reported a surge in citizenship by investment applications with a 169% increase during the final quarter of 2024. This growth follows the Dr. Terence Drew led government's reform initiatives and the transition of the Citizenship by Investment Unit from a government entity to a statutory body in late 2024. The increase in applications indicates renewed investor confidence in the program, which had previously suffered from mismanagement under the former administration. In a January 2025 article, the CIU highlighted that Prime Minister Drew's foresight to transition the CBI unit to a statutory body has strengthened the program, continuing to attract ultra high net worth individuals seeking a secure and reputable second citizenship. Prime Minister Drew said the CIU's transition to a statutory body was a bold step rooted in our commitment to upholding the highest industry standards and setting a mark for others to follow. This remarkable growth reflects the transformative changes we've implemented to ensure transparency and efficiency. We remain steadfast in the vision to revolutionize the CBI industry while driving sustainable development and economic prosperity for our nation. Our commitment to global security remains integral to maintaining the integrity and trustworthiness of our citizenship by investment program. All right. So, also let me mention this. Key reforms under Prime Minister Drew's leadership included passing the Citizenship by Investment Unit Act, establishing the Continuing International Due Diligence Unit for vetting. And I'm liking this word. So you can't just get through, no matter how much money you have, hopefully. You are properly vetted by the CBI citizens abroad and introducing legislation criminalizing citizenship underselling. All right. So St. Kitts and Nevis, Antigua and Barbuda, Grenada, want to have over there in the east. Everybody wants a piece of the Caribbean. Everybody wants a dual citizenship in the Caribbean. But should tell you something. Caribbean nationals, there has to be a reason why folks are desirous of being a part of the Caribbean community and investing through real estate or other means. Yeah. Mhm. So we need to start looking at what we have, appreciating what we have, and let us see how we can hold on to a piece of what we have. All right. Let us not throw stones behind us. Also, let's hop on over to St. Vincent, where the Prime Minister raises concerns about deportees from the United States. Article courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly. Let me pin this here. Bear with me one moment, folks. All right, let's go ahead and get into this one. St. Vincent Prime Minister Dr. Ralph Gonsalves has voiced concern over the United States' deportation policies, stating that Washington fails to provide critical background information on deportees being returned to their home countries. Speaking on state owned NBC radio, Gonsalves said his government has yet to receive any official notification from U.S. authorities regarding the deportation of Vincentian nationals. However, he acknowledged a document circulating online, reportedly from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which lists 127 Vincentians among 1,445,549 non citizens with final orders of removal as of November 24, 2024. We have heard the announcements by the new administration of President Trump, and we have seen things circulating, but we have not received anything formal about that. The Prime Minister emphasized that while countries have the right to deport individuals they consider undesirable, the receiving nations should be provided with adequate details on those being repatriated. This lack of information, he stressed, poses challenges for law enforcement and social services, as deportees must be reintegrated into society. Gonsalves warned of the risks that mass deportations could pose to small nations like St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He reiterated that Caribbean community CARICOM leaders have repeatedly raised the issue with Washington, calling for better communication and adherence to international best practices in handling deportations. The matter is expected to be a key topic at the upcoming CARICOM summit in Barbados, which is going to be held February 19 to 21, and it will be attended by United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. That right there tells us that them have no respect for developing countries. Small island developing states, they don't respect us. They only like to take from us. Yes, they take from us. And as I'm reading this article, I'm thinking about the post that I did on YouTube, the repost that I did on YouTube of Dr. Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, when he was talking about repatriation. And the essence of it is probably not a bad thing. Go home, go build up your country. Build up our countries. Put our countries in position so people don't have to leave. The worst thing, is to be spat upon, to be treated like a piece of dirty cloth, old clothes, to be used and abused. It's the worst feeling ever. And this right here, this whole immigration circus right now, for the want of a better term, we need to look for the positives in it. What are the takeaways? What are the takeaways? And whether you want to believe it or not, agree, yes or no, undocumented in any country across the globe, they do contribute to one's economy. They do. In some cases, them contributing to two economies: the economy of the country that they're residing in and the economy of the country that they're from. How? Remittances. Them help to keep healthcare industries afloat because they send money home so people can go to the doctor, to the hospital. They keep the education sectors afloat. How? Because they send money back to their home countries so children can get to go to school. School fees are paid, books are purchased. They send money home so people can buy grocery, pay light bill, water bill, and the list goes on. So they create a positive economic impact, single fold or twofold. But yet they're looked at as criminals. And I'm not talking about those who have undesirable behavior. We're not talking about those. Not at all. But, oh, by the way, I don't know if I heard it on social media, on the news, or was in my dream, or my dreaming, that some of those who were picked up, they have to release them because they don't know where to put them. I don't know if I heard that right. I may have been dreaming because this we're so inundated that sometimes you don't even know if I in your sleep you see these stories or if it's in your waking when you're awake. I don't know. I really don't know. But I'm sure I saw something. But anyway, next up, it is time for 29 minutes before the top of the hour. It is time for stories out of Latin America. I have one story, or I have a couple story about come up. I don't know. I don't know if I'm dreaming. I don't know what's going on here when we talk about El Salvador, but let us do this one first. PAHO calls on Latin America and Caribbean to improve access to essential cancer care. All right, Caribbean National Weekly is reporting on February 4 as the world observes World Cancer Day. Oh, yes, yesterday was World Cancer Day. Wow, yeah, forgot to mention that. The Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, is urging governments in Latin America and the Caribbean to prioritize access to essential cancer medicines, supplies, and equipment. Cancer remains a leading cause of death in the Americas, claiming over 1.4 million lives and causing more than 4 million new cases each year. We all know the reason behind the whole cancer thing. Anyway, stay on track. Dr. Barbosa, director of PAHO, stressed the urgent need to improve access to cancer treatment across the region. This call comes in response to the significant cancer burden that continues to affect millions, emphasizing the importance of addressing disparities in healthcare and ensuring that vital resources are available to all. We must work toward a future where no one is without the cancer care they need to survive. Improving equitable access to these treatments is essential for better outcomes and quality of life. While advancements have been made in cancer care, significant barriers remain, including high costs, inefficient procurements, and limited distribution networks. Tackling these issues requires a comprehensive approach, such as updating treatment protocols and adopting pooled procurement strategies to enhance predictability and reduce the high costs of cancer medications. The disparity in childhood cancer care is especially alarming. In Latin America and the Caribbean, it is estimated that around 30,000 children and adolescents under 19 will be diagnosed with cancer each year, with nearly 10,000 dying from the disease. While high income countries boast cure rates above 80% for children with cancer, the survival rate in many low and middle income nations is only about 20%. This stark contrast highlights the urgent need for improved cancer care access and outcomes in these regions. You know what? I think government should have heavily subsidized cancer care and treatment. Why am I saying that? Because we allow, especially in the Caribbean and Latin America, we allow so much of the foods that contribute to cancer into our communities by importing them. And of course they import them and people buy them and them eat them because how many of us, let us be honest, when we were younger, how many of us paid attention to the labels, the ingredients more specifically? How many of us took up, well, we didn't have access to the internet back then, right? But how many of us made it a point to jump on the internet and look up what these ingredients are, many of which we can't pronounce the names. We can't even spell them, much less pronounce them. How many of us used to do that in the past? Let's be honest. Not many of us. We would pick up something or we would consume something because we're told, oh my gosh, this tastes so good, you need to try it. And we run out, we buy it, and we try it, and we like it. Some of us, it's the packaging that's appealing to us, right? We're pulled in with the colors and the display on the packaging, and we're like, oh, let me try this. Not once flipping it over to look at the contents, the ingredients, not questioning the contents and the ingredients. We're all guilty of it to some degree. And then we purchase it as parents, and our children trust that we're giving them something good, something that's not harmful. And we give our children. Some of us become addicted to the sugars and the sodium, but so. But anyway, all of this is made accessible to us because our governments allow these things to be imported. We don't manufacture them in our islands, but they're imported. So I think governments across the Caribbean and Latin America should heavily subsidize cancer treatment. And if you disagree, I'd love to hear. Not even going to ask the US to do it. All right, next article. Rubio. Our darling Marco Rubio. There are certain names we're going to be hearing a lot in the news. Get used to it. Hold on a second. I've lost. Well, I can't find my. Oh my gosh. Sorry, folks. I lost my things here to be able to play our next article. Bear with me one moment. So, according to WSVN.com via the Associated Press, Rubio says El Salvador offers to accept deportees from U.S. of any nationality, including Americans. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this one because I find this ultra disturbing. But what do I know? Let's take a listen.
El Salvador has offered to take in illegal immigrants deported from the U.S.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio visiting the South American country Monday. He says the country has made an extraordinary offer to take all of the deportees, take in deportees of all nationalities and put them in an El Salvador jail. The country also offering to house violent American criminals currently in custody and serving sentences. El Salvador's president saying they would outsource part of its prison system for a relatively low price. Officials with the Trump administration say they don't have plans to deport American citizens.
I don't think anybody wants to go into the El Salvador prison system. Have you seen it? But let's go ahead and jump into the next article. The first group of migrants has been sent to Guantanamo Bay. But legal challenges are looming. This one, courtesy of NPR.
The Trump administration has started sending migrants from the United States to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba.
The first plane load arrived yesterday. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt gave this reason.
President Trump is not messing around, and he's no longer going to allow America to be a dumping ground for illegal criminals from nations all over this world.
The president has said he wants to make room for 30,000 migrants at Guantanamo.
NPR's Sasha Pfeiffer has been talking with some lawyers who question the legality of that plan. So how many people have been sent there so far?
The U.S. has not released an official figure, but it appears to be a small number, possibly just one flight with about a dozen migrants on board. The Department of Homeland Security says they're all members of a Venezuelan organized crime group called Tren de Aragua. And overnight, it released photos of handcuffed men in gray sweatpant outfits, some with neck tattoos being led onto military planes. And several hundred U.S. service members were deployed.
Okay, let's stop right there for a second. You see that thing about some with neck tattoos? The media has to be careful. Having a neck tattoo doesn't automatically mean you're a criminal. And what people are going to do is discriminate against people with tattoos, especially neck tattoos. And you may see someone with an eagle's wing or whatever the design is on their neck, and automatically you are going to alienate because you deem them a criminal. We have to be careful. Media, we have to be careful the picture that we paint and how we classify people, and understand the responsibility we have. Anyway, I'm sorry. Let me continue.
In the past few days to prepare for these arrivals.
And where are they going to be held in Guantanamo?
The U.S. says they will not be housed alongside the accused foreign terrorists held at the military prison there. Instead, Guantanamo's U.S. naval base has had a detention facility used for migrants intercepted at sea, usually Haitians and Cubans. It's had that for years, but it's been mostly empty for a long time. It's not ready for large numbers of people. So the military has also circulated photos of service members putting up green army tents to help with what it's calling a Migrant Operations Center expansion. And the defense secretary says migrants will be held at Guantanamo only temporarily until the U.S. finds other countries to take them.
Okay, now to the legality question. I mean, can the Trump administration legally send migrants from the U.S. to Guantanamo? Can they do that?
I've gotten conflicting answers from lawyers. Some say yes, some say no. One who thinks it is not legal is a lawyer at UCLA named Ahilan Arulanathan. He says U.S. immigration law dictates where these migrants can be sent. And if Cuba has presumably not agreed to take them, he says it's an illegal deportation. But Steve Vladeck at Georgetown Law School thinks it's legal. He argues a deportation is not official until the U.S. has relinquished custody of the migrants, and that won't happen until they're moved to another country after being at Guantanamo. But you know that they disagree, suggests we're in murky legal territory. Vladeck also thinks the Trump administration is sending migrants there as a kind of macho performance art. Here's Steve Vladeck.
All you're doing this for is the symbolism, to be able to say, look, I moved these folks from the detention center across town to Guantanamo. It's all like very, very expensive flash with very little substance.
So we mentioned symbolism. I mean, what symbolism is there by sending migrants to Guantanamo?
You know, he points out it would be cheaper and easier to hold them somewhere in some big open space elsewhere in the U.S., but by shipping them to Guantanamo, you send a certain message. Here's how the editor of the website Lawfare, Ben Wittes, put it.
Are you using this facility because it has the stain of the name Guantanamo? And of course, the answer is yes, that's exactly why he's attracted to it. He's attracted to it for the same reason that it repels human rights groups.
And by the way, all those people I interviewed are skeptical that 30,000 migrants will ever end up at Gitmo, given the legal questions plus financial, political, practical barriers. But even sending a handful is getting a ton of public attention, which is part of the point.
Yeah, NPR's Sasha Pfeiffer, thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
How do we feel about this? How can you be shipping them to Guantanamo Bay if the water is muddy, so to speak? There seems to be no clarity. Or we have questions. Let me put it that way. There are questions. There is uncertainty. How do we know for a fact that the persons being sent to Guantanamo Bay are the hardened criminals, those who have committed serious atrocities here in the U.S.? How do we know for a fact? Do we trust that that's what is happening? I don't. And the reason I'm going to say I don't is because we have had situations here in the news. It has been highlighted by the various media outlets where folks have been picked up who are U.S. citizens, detained, and even though those ICE is being told, no, you know, I am a citizen, blah, blah, blah. It's a process. So how do I know? Go right ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
So what do you suggest? Because I honestly don't know. I don't have any suggestions because right now it seems like they can do whatever they want to do.
That's how it is. That's how it feels. That is how I just want to know that we're doing the right thing. That's what I want to know. We're doing the right thing. We are not traumatizing people who don't need to be traumatized. I don't want, let us make sure they're doing due diligence, being thorough in their efforts to make sure that they are not sending the wrong people to Guantanamo Bay. Because to me, that sounds like that's it. That's the end. I don't see anybody coming out of Guantanamo Bay. Why? Even those who have been there since 9/11, the whole 9/11 issue, never been tried. 20 years they were there. Remember, we had this article a couple weeks ago. 20 years of being in Guantanamo Bay. Never tried. So is this what going to happen to all of these persons going there? And that is my huge concern, Ja. I'm hoping that the process is thorough and that the only people that they're sending there are the people who should be there. That's all I'm gonna say. 30,000. That's the number. That's the number. Yes, no. It is flexing muscle. It is flexing muscle. It is flexing muscle. It is sending a message, right? And I think they're using this as a marketing ploy, right? People will hear this and be like, oh my gosh, I don't want to go to Guantanamo Bay because we know the stigma that's attached to Guantanamo Bay. So it may serve as a deterrent.
Oh, so it's a fear tactic.
Yes. 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 So Dre put in the chat, they should not be sending anyone there. Dre, where you there? Did I send it? Invite Dre? I agree with you, Dre. I don't like it. I really don't like it. But if you must, let it be the hardened criminals who have lived a life of crime while here. Them up to no good while they're here. That's what I'll say. He said, period. Okay. He said, period. All right. Morning, everyone. Just joining us here on Fanbase. Thank you to everyone just tuning in. Online radio, qmzradio.com, janoradio.com, and madmusichouse.com. And good morning to everyone on YouTube live with us. It's time for stories on the international scene. Yeah. First up, let me close these out. We head on over to Sweden. This one came up yesterday. 10 people dead after an attack at an education center. Let me pin the link on YouTube, or pin the story on YouTube rather. According to theguardian.com, here's a summary. Police have said 10 or so people have been killed and 6 others were taken to hospital after a campus shooting in a southern Swedish city in what Sweden's prime minister described as the worst mass shooting in the country's history. All 6 hospitalized are adults, local authorities have said. 5 of them had gunshot wounds, one of whom has minor injuries. One of the patients remains in a life-threatening condition. The local police chief said investigating officers were still in the process of identifying victims, but that they believed the primary perpetrator, not previously known to police, was among the dead. He said authorities had no prior warning signs of the attack, which happened soon after 12:30 p.m. local time on Tuesday at a campus housing, and which is an adult educational center and other learning facilities, and that it has believed the gunman acted alone. Police said they had opened an investigation into murder, arson, and an aggravated weapons offense. May their souls rest in peace. Next up, China. Boy, it's like China versus the US in the news. China versus the US, and I will say China seems to be winning. I'm sorry, it is what it is. I call it like I see it. According to the Associated Press via WSBN, China countered President Donald Trump's across-the-board tariffs on Chinese products. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
And developing this morning, China striking back against President Trump's tariffs with tariffs of its own. Officials say the move would raise the prices of everyday essentials. And it comes as Trump pulled back on his promise to impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico.
If we can't make a deal with China, then the tariffs will be very, very substantial.
President Donald Trump's 10% tariff on all Chinese products going into effect just after midnight.
China hopefully is going to stop sending us fentanyl. And if they're not, the tariffs are going to go substantially higher.
Beijing responding swiftly with a series of retaliatory tariffs, imposing a 15% tariff on coal and natural gas products and a 10% tariff on crude oil. Also opening an antitrust investigation into Google, despite already limiting access to the online search engine in the country. President Trump saying he planned to speak with the Chinese leader, Xi Jinping, within the next 24 hours. Trump postponing 25% tariffs on Canadian and Mexican imports, which many economists call inflationary. The president says those countries have now made concessions around border security.
The European Union will respond firmly.
And now Europe is bracing for a potential trade showdown with the U.S.
Definitely happened with the European Union, I can tell you that, because they've really taken advantage of us. And, we have over a $300 billion deficit.
The president of the European Commission says she wants to start negotiations with the U.S. early.
Remember when I said this week that, or did I say it last week? Whatever, it doesn't matter. That if the tariffs go into play, he's going to be getting calls. He got those calls. Yeah, he got those calls. Don't be fooled. This was, in my opinion, this is not him acting on his own at all, making the decision to pull back or, to stave off for 30 days. Not his decision. Not at all. Business owners here in the US, and I want to say those at the high level, meaning those who are billionaires, quite frankly, they're the ones, they were ringing the phones off. They were like, come on now, come on, Don, come on, Donnie, we're not doing this. You're hurting my pockets. And remember, you need me to donate to you. Fix it. You're cutting into my profits. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Moment.
Go ahead, Alexia.
You know who Trump remind me of? You know they look up Pitney there way. You there yard and somebody come in your yard and you say, tell him say me not there. And the Pitney no look not say, mommy not there, and I say, mommy say if you tell us say me not there. Trump coming like then hold a meeting and they say, all right, this is what we're gonna do. You see, minutes in go in front of the camera, a different something. Everybody around the back lose their mind. But we never did discuss that. And that we tell him to say, yo, I want president and can't see him. Only one Trump. Remember me tell you.
Is it that he can't be tamed, or is it that strings are being pulled? Let's call it that. Remember, do presidents really have that much power, or are they just spokespersons? do they have that much power, or are they just spokespersons?
We had this conversation during the election, and we did find that they didn't have much power, but the new person is showing a lot of power.
Is it him though, or is it the people behind the scenes pushing the buttons? They are, yes, he likes the position of power, and the position makes him feel all powerful and mighty. But does he truly have the power, or is it that he's playing up to those behind him who are telling him, you're going to do this because we want this, and we are going to get what we want because we funded you?
Let's say that he has the power until the courts decide that he doesn't have the power. Because everything that he is doing outside of the norm, all you hear is, we're going to take it to the courts. We're going to take it to the courts. And today on Houston News, they interviewed some head police people, because he also wants to use the jails, like the story we read last week or the week before. And these 4 top sheriffs said, where is the Congress?
And that happened in Texas?
Yeah, I'll send you the story. You could probably pay it tomorrow.
Texas? Texas back in that? I thought Texas was
It,
gung
it
ho.
was Texas, Philly, California, and somewhere else. 4 top police chiefs.
Texas, who anything Trump said them said how high? Okay, that's interesting.
We'll see if he has his job tomorrow.
That part, Ja, that part. We'll see. Yeah. Keep us updated on that. All right, next article in our international news segment. Nigeria moves to restart oil production in vulnerable region after Shell sells much of its business. Let me go ahead and pin this here. This article, courtesy of the Associated Press. The Nigerian government is in talks with local communities to restart oil production in a region that previously suffered environmental damage after oil giant Shell, their sale of its onshore business in the country. Shell's $2.4 billion sale of its onshore business to a group of local companies was confirmed last week by Nigeria's special advisor to the president on energy. It marks the end of the London-based energy giant's nearly century-long operations in the onshore Niger Delta region, where it faces long-running complaints of environmental pollution. Now, a potential restart of oil production in the Ogoniland region in southern Nigeria, where Shell halted its operations in 1993 following violent protests over allegations of widespread environmental damage and human rights abuses, has been earmarked by government officials as a potential way of increasing its foreign exchange earnings. The broad consensus in Ogoni is in favor of restarting production. That is according to a veteran environmental activist and former president of the Movement for the Survival of Ogoni People. All right, so with them restarting, have they put in place measures to mitigate any potential environmental damage? Because it is not a matter of if it's going to happen, it's when. It is when, not if, when. So we want to see to it that things are put in place so that if there is an oil spill, it can be quickly addressed. The cleanup is swift so that we minimize the impact to the environment, right? Because when you talk about onshore drilling, usually around those areas, are communities where there's farming. If there's water, people depend on the water, right? For fish or whatever. So we want to see to it that the communities will not be impacted. So I'm just wanting to know. And since the operations are, according to the article, the operations are going to be done by a business group or a group of local companies. Let us hope these local companies will do right by their people. That's all I must say. But good for you. Let us just hope we will minimize the environmental pollution, right? Okay. Be hard on yourselves. Let me say that. Put stringent measures in place. See to it that audits are done frequently. Have persons who are not swindled, blackmailed. See to it that respective persons go out there, the respective persons go out there to assess these facilities on a regular basis. See to it that they are abiding by the laws, the environmental laws. All right.
Where is it, Moment? Good morning.
This one is the Nigeria moves to restart oil production in vulnerable region after Shell sells much of its businesses. So they're going to start production again, oil production.
With all the stuff you're talking about, the Moments, if you look at it, the people that pollute the world with oil is the usual suspects, you know. There's not much new people on the list. It's the same people, Shell, Chevron, all of them.
Mm-hmm.
They go in, and then even when you find the companies liable, the question becomes, how do you enforce it? You have to take a long time to go through lawsuits. They have teams of lawyers that are criminals that will drag you through the mud forever. By the time you get to a ruling, the environment, the people, everything already just decimated. You know, so one of you have to look at too is even when you have the safeguard in place, how are you going to enforce it? Oftentimes, we skim over the enforcement part of it, because anybody could get any ruling in court or anything like that. How you enforce is important. Mm-hmm. And if you don't have a good enforcement mechanism, you know, look at the Niger Delta. People there can't fish, can't farm, can't do nothing. And it is the same oil companies that do it all over the world because they're the ones with the capacity to drill and so on. Mm-hmm. And you know they have no morals. So good luck with it.
They don't have morals because governments of countries don't enforce regulations.
The moment you have to also look at, right, the countries that can enforce regulations and really enforce and go after them is the countries that has not elections. Look, okay, you see, like in the Sahel states, you see the things Mali and them is doing. You try to do that in Nigeria, the government will be out and no confidence motion will be filed. There will be next election. And you go. So when you have election cycles that's going in 5-year periods, right? Mm-hmm. Some of this stuff is very, very difficult to enforce because you have to look at your political capital. Mm-hmm. And oftentimes when you go against the grain, these people would finance your opposition. They would finance the propaganda machine against you. They will do so much that it is very difficult sometimes for you to be re-elected. And because a politician's goal is to sit in parliament and do nothing for most of his life, he will bend.
We have to change how we operate, and citizens have to force their leaders to change and their governments to change how they operate. It cannot be business as usual. It can't be, right? So in the chat here on Fanbase, where did I see the comment? Hold on. I must have been seeing blind. Was it fan? No, I'm lying. It's on YouTube. You can bet China and Russia will offer help quickly, and I hope it stays local. All right, next article also out of Nigeria. This one, Nigeria to block export permits of oil producers not meeting local refinery quotas. Nigeria's upstream oil regulator, announced on Monday that oil producers who fail to meet their required supply quotas to local refineries, including the massive Dangote refinery, will be denied export permits. Under the Petroleum Industry Act, oil producers, both domestic and international, must allocate a specific volume of crude for Nigeria's refineries before they can export, and that's according to a report from Reuters. This requirement, known as the domestic crude oil obligation, ensures that local energy needs are prioritized before oil is shipped abroad. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission stated that it recently held a meeting with oil producers and refiners to address the ongoing dispute over the domestic crude supply obligation. According to a statement from NUPRC, the chief, refiners accused producers of failing to meet their required supply quotas, while producers countered that refiners were offering prices too low to be viable, pushing them to seek alternative markets. For the first half of 2025, Nigerian refineries are projected to require a total of 770,500 barrels of crude oil per day, with the Dangote refinery expected to account for the largest share at 550,000 barrels per day, according to a schedule published by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. Go ahead.
So now I probably have to take back my word. Now we have a way to pin them. When you do things locally, you destroy the environment and stuff. We just yank your permit. You cannot export until you clean it up. I guess that's one way to get them to clean up, because if they can't export, they can't make money. So yeah, we have to find ways to choke them where the money flows, and that's where we will get stuff implemented.
Bingo, there you go. Where there's a will, there is a way. We have to just be creative. All right, next up, the Rwanda-backed rebels who seized a major Congo city declare a unilateral ceasefire, article courtesy of the Associated Press. So, the Rwanda-backed rebels who seized eastern Congo's key city of Goma announced a unilateral ceasefire in the region Monday for humanitarian reasons, following calls for a safe corridor for aid and hundreds of thousands of displaced people. The M23 rebels said the ceasefire would start Tuesday. That was yesterday. The announcement came shortly after the UN Health Agency said at least 900 people were killed in last week's fighting in Goma between the rebels and Congolese forces. The city of 2 million people is at the heart of a region home to trillions of dollars in mineral wealth and remains in rebel control. The M23 were reported to be gaining ground in other areas of eastern Congo and advancing on another provincial capital, Bukavu. But the rebels said Monday they did not intend to seize Bukavu, though they earlier expressed ambition to march on Congo's capital, Kinshasa, 1,000 miles away. All right? This one is the one that is taking over the media. Yesterday, when I saw this one, I was like, you know what? We knew it. We called it. We knew exactly what was going to happen. Should we call ourselves fortune tellers here on Caffeine Talk? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. What we are is not dumb.
I bet you I could tell you what story that is.
Tell me.
Building hotels on Gaza Strip.
President Trump declared that the U.S. would, quote, take over the Gaza Strip.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu stood beside Trump as he spoke, and Netanyahu seemed open to the idea.
He has a different idea, and I think it's worth paying attention to this. We're talking about it. He's exploring it with his people, with his staff. I think it's something that could change history, and it's worthwhile really pursuing this avenue.
All right. NPR White House correspondent Deepa Shivaram was at the press conference and joins us now from the White House. Hi, Deepa.
Hey there.
Okay, there are just so many factors here that Trump did not provide any detail on. Did he say anything about when this plan to take over Gaza would even happen?
No, I mean, there was pretty much no detail provided, like you said. And Trump announced this plan or, idea for the first time at the press conference. He said he would be putting out more information in the next couple of weeks. But just to be clear here, I mean, the president is talking about taking over a sovereign territory. And I say territory, not country, because the United States doesn't recognize Palestine as a country. It's referred to as a territory.
Right.
And in this conference with Netanyahu, Trump repeatedly said that he wants the U.S. to, quote, own Gaza, to develop it, to rebuild it, create jobs there. He was asked by a reporter who he envisions living there afterward, after it's rebuilt and developed. And he said the people of the world could live there, including Palestinians. And he said that he sees this as a long-term ownership.
I do see a long-term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to that part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East. And everybody I've spoken to, this was not a decision made lightly. Everybody I've spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning that piece of land, developing and creating thousands of jobs with something that will be magnificent.
He said later on that it would be the Riviera of the Middle East. And I just want to point out that in the past, Trump has expressed that the land in Gaza is in a good location by the ocean. It has nice weather. He said in an interview last year that it could be developed into, quote, the most beautiful place.
Okay, well, what does this plan or this potential plan mean for Palestinians who are living in Gaza right now?
Yeah, so Trump has been saying for a while now that he thinks Jordan and Egypt should take in Palestinians from Gaza, though none of the parties involved there are interested in that option. But despite that, Trump keeps repeating it and saying Gaza is.
All right, so I thought we were doing pretty good today. Just got kicked out of fan base. So I'll be let me see if I can get back into fan base, if I can find the space. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. I am trying to find the space to get back into fan base so we can have everyone involved. Okay, this is, let's see here. Thank you, Ja. Thank you. I was not aware I was kicked out until I got your alert. Oh boy. Okay, so I did send a message to everyone here. I did send a message to fan base this morning. I sent them a ticket to let them know that I'm kicked out of the space several times. We also have had situations where the room is shut down and that we need this to be fixed. I made them aware in the ticket that we do use the platform, and along with, we use it to facilitate our radio streams and YouTube live, and it lends to a negative experience. So let's hope we can have them fix this as quickly as possible. All right, so let me just, were you able to hear any of the audio clip?
We only heard the beginning moments.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, RoSolo. Let's go back. All right.
President Trump declared that the U.S. would, quote, take over the Gaza Strip.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu stood beside Trump as he spoke, and Netanyahu seemed open to the idea.
He has a different idea. And I think it's worth paying attention to this. We're talking about it. He's exploring it with his people, with his staff. I think it's something that could change history. And it's worthwhile really pursuing this avenue.
All right. NPR White House correspondent Deepa Shivaram was at the press conference and joins us now from the White House. Hi, Deepa.
Hey there.
Okay, there are just so many factors here that Trump did not provide any detail on. Did he say anything about when this plan to take over Gaza would even happen?
No, I mean, there was pretty much no detail provided, like you said, and Trump announced this plan or, idea for the first time at the press conference. He said he would be putting out more information in the next couple of weeks. But just to be clear here, I mean, the president is talking about taking over a sovereign territory. And I say territory, not country, because the United States doesn't recognize Palestine as a country. It's referred to as a territory.
Right.
And in this conference with Netanyahu, Trump repeatedly said that he wants the U.S. to, quote, own Gaza, to develop it, to rebuild it, create jobs there. He was asked by a reporter who he envisions living there afterward, after it's rebuilt and developed. And he said the people of the world could live there, including Palestinians. And he said that he sees this as a long-term ownership.
I do see a long-term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to that part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East. And everybody I've spoken to, this was not a decision made lightly. Everybody I've spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning that piece of land, developing and creating thousands of jobs with something that will be magnificent.
He said later on that it would be the Riviera of the Middle East. And I just want to point out that in the past, Trump has expressed that the land in Gaza is in a good location by the ocean. It has nice weather. He said in an interview last year that it could be developed into, quote, the most beautiful place.
Okay, well, what does this plan or this potential plan mean for Palestinians who are living in Gaza right now?
Yeah, so Trump has been saying for a while now that he thinks Jordan and Egypt should take in Palestinians from Gaza, though none of the parties involved there are interested in that option. But despite that, Trump keeps repeating it and saying Gaza is, quote, a demolition site and thinks it's not habitable, it's dangerous. He keeps saying that he thinks Gazans are not going to want to live there if they have another place to go. And I will say there are about 2 million people who live in Gaza, and the living conditions there right now are dire. Very limited access to electricity. As you can imagine, they're recovering from a year plus of war. And it is a very difficult situation. But Trump is really not mincing words there.
Well, speaking of which, where do negotiations over a possible ceasefire deal stand at this point?
So Netanyahu is in town as negotiations of phase 2 of this ceasefire deal are ongoing. This is supposed to be about a formal end to the war. And the next step after that, phase 3, is reconstruction. The original plan in phase 3 was that rebuilding Gaza would take 5 years. But Trump's envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, told reporters today that that's basically impossible. And that because of the level of destruction, it would actually take about 10 to 15 years to rebuild. So it's unclear how Trump's idea to own Gaza fits into that. And I will say if Trump has any authority to do this in the first place.
That is NPR's Deepa Shivaram. Thank you so much, Deepa.
Thank you.
Any comments? Any comments?
I know you told me not to speak, but I put my comments on YouTube, as well as we have failing infrastructure. We have a unhoused, homeless. I don't get it. But you want to build luxury condos and supposedly bring work. We have so many people here that still can't work. We're going to have a lot of people that are going to need jobs. A lot of businesses that are going to need people to help once you send back all the immigrants. I don't understand. It makes no sense to me. It makes absolutely no sense to me. I yield.
I have my thoughts, which I put in the chat here on Fanbase. I'm convinced of certain things now. Yeah.
But we said it last year. It was a land grab.
Mm-hmm.
And now who's grabbing it? Netanyahu stood next to him and looked like Boo Boo the Fool.
That's why they're laughing. Imagine you're laughing. People's lives have been destroyed. And you want them gone? Remember what I said about those 2,000-pound bombs that are being sent over? Remember how they heckled, and I'm sorry, Palestinians here in the US. I don't know what I'm saying I'm sorry for. I don't know what I'm saying I'm sorry for. You all showed up at Kamala's campaigns, heckling the life out of her, protesting at her campaigns. She kept saying that a deal was being worked out. When they had the debate, the presidential debate prior to the elections happening, when they had the debate, was it in September or October? And the issue of Gaza came up and the Palestinians. Didn't she say there, when she turned and said this, and you could tell she wanted to curse, but she could not. Didn't she highlight the fact that President-elect at the time, Trump, circumvented the deal, telling them not to take a deal from Biden because it would hurt his campaign? Okay, Palestinians, where are you now? Palestinian Americans, where are you now? Why we not sit on a pan, TikTok, Instagram, and everything and talk up in our chest? Why are you not heckling the president right now? You only had strength for Kamala Harris.
Oh, yes. Something I observed about the articles, right? The reporter is saying the next phase would be. So they're saying this is a new idea. Listen, Netanyahu does think everybody fully done and in the back of the class. And I know we just be at the back of the class sometime, but guess what? It's the first time you hear about this idea from Trump and you like it. However, the reporter could say in the plan is talking about the phase, and it would take more than 5 years, and then the phase after that, and the phase. So how you have all these phases if it's a new idea? How everybody know what the next phase of Gaza would be?
Mr. President, it has been 70 years in the making.
Exactly. Oh.
It's just a matter of finding the right person to follow through on the plan.
Well, the thing is, Trump did end the war. So
no, it's not done.
You're calling on the Palestinian. He did get a ceasefire. He tell him he will stop the war as soon as possible. He didn't realize he will stop the war to start the building.
But hold on, Mr. President. There is doubt regarding the durability of the ceasefire deal. And remember, from different articles, if we're reading carefully and listening carefully, it's not over. Netanyahu has also stated, not in these words, but something along the lines of he don't know if this can hold up.
Well, we know it's not over. They could say I'm just saying what the president said, but it's no way the people of Gaza, I'm not even talking about Hamas, the people of Gaza would not give up the land until you kill all of them. It is that simple. Just how you was killing babies and doctors and all the innocent people you were killing, you would have to kill them all out because they're not going anywhere. They see what happened to the last set that left. They can't come back up to now. Who is there, they will die there. It's their land. They will die on their land. So you'll have to kill them all. And I think that's what the Netanyahu plan is. I don't even know why we're still listening. Netanyahu is like the angel of death. Every mission, every intelligence he gave us from Iraq to wherever has had the same results. They are phony. They're made up to promote his agenda. We're still looking for weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Maybe they might find it in the new oil field. That the new oil they find. Maybe the weapons of mass destruction is there. I don't know why we think Netanyahu are intelligent. You do not get intelligence from the Israelis. You get propaganda. You get agendas. And they use that agendas because they know the Americans will just do as they say for whatever reason God knows. And that's what they do. So that's why I was saying a couple of months ago, all the stuff that is happening in Lebanon and Syria is not accidental. And I don't think the US is so innocent as they was trying to make us feel. It is all a plan They was like, okay, well, Israel now is the villain, so we will just use the villain to accomplish whatever we want to accomplish in the Middle East, because they're already hated and there is no return for them. So we may as well use them to achieve the goal. This is not Israel manipulating America. This is America using Israel strategically. Ayo.
So for everyone who voted in favor of this happening to Gaza and the Palestinians, let me ask you how you would feel if you had your home, you've lived there, it has been handed down to you generations, right? I've lived there. And all of a sudden, a developer comes in, tells you you have to go because he wants your land or your home. You say, no, it's my home. I own this. I've lived here all my life. My parents lived here all their lives. My grandparents lived here. My great grandparents, no. And I said, but I need that. I want it. You're going to move. You got to get out. And you stand your ground. And then they come in the middle of the night and they shoot up your house in an effort to scare you. Then they intensify on your property, right? They taunt you every day in, day out. They eventually bomb your house, drop a bomb in your house, and you leave. And then they tell you you cannot come back to what is yours. How would you feel?
They kind of do it here in the United States. It's called eminent domain.
And we don't like it, right?
Not at all.
But we support it in another person's country to a different degree.
Yep.
Okay. When I say we are all complicit in one way or another, whether it's through how you voted or through investing in the stock market, and please pay attention to the stock market. Pay attention to the companies you are investing in. All money isn't good money. Not because there is a huge return, it means that you should dump your money into a particular stock. Know who owns the companies. Know who those companies are aligned with and what they do, their practices. Because if you know deep down what they do and you pump your money into it all because you're looking for a return on investment, you are no different from those who are doing what they're doing over there. I'm sorry. And I say that unapologetically. Call me what you want. You can disassociate from me. You can cancel me. You can tarnish me. I don't care. But the truth is the truth. We have to check our moral compass and our scruples. All money ain't good money. And we need to stop this mentality of chasing the bag. And that is what has us making some decisions that will ruin us in the long run. Have a conscience. Think about it. Would you want it done to you? Would you want to know that that is done to the United States of America? Would you want to know that another country comes into the United States of America and decimates it and tells everybody in the United States of America, you have to leave? Would you want that here? Let us be real. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. So if, God forbid, the same thing happens to us, we better not complain. Bex. If you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything. And you don't care. We cannot sit here and complain about how people treat people and then we turn around and treat them the same way, just in a different way. But we all have to answer to somebody at some point. Yeah. So, you know what? Go ahead. Build up the luxury development. Live your life of lavishness. Because it may be the only good life you'll have. Nothing lasts forever. You know, I have a friend, she used to work in a retirement home in Georgia as a physical therapist before she packed up and moved to Tanzania because she couldn't take it anymore here. And she said, when you go into these homes and you see them where them family members not come look for them, they're miserable. Them screaming out in pain all the time. They're tormented. She said she learned to not to feel sorry for them. And I was like, no, man, you have to have compassion. She said, listen, a lot of them are feeling the pains of the choices they made, the harm they caused to others. So now they're suffering in their old age. Them can't get a good night's sleep. Some of them can't even eat properly. Some of them have tubes down their noses. That's the only way they can survive a liquid diet. Not a life we would want to wish on anyone. Not at all. And I wouldn't wish that on anyone. But she said, you know what? She learned. When you learn about them and them past, you don't feel sorry for them. Anyway, it is the bottom of the hour. It is time for us to get into stories out of where are we? Stories out of North America. If you don't have any compassion for people whose rights are infringed upon, I don't know what to tell you. And it's not just Gaza. We have Haiti. We have countries across the continent of Africa, in particular, Central Africa, West Africa, East Africa, Somalia, Sudan, South Sudan, Congo, and the list goes on. And all of it is, everything that you see going on, it's fueled by greed. That's it. And power. Greed and power. That's what it's fueled by. Sorry. Sorry. But yet we want to sit here and complain, oh, that person bad drive me. We don't have a problem. We don't have no problem. Because at the end of the day, we can go home and sleep in our bed at night. At the end of the day, we don't have to worry about anybody dropping anything over our heads. We are in our positions of privilege. Stories out of North America. We're going to take a quick, let me take a quick break and catch my breath. Because I'm telling you. Coffee and Toe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. We're back with you on YouTube Live. Thank you for being here with us. All right, next article, we're in the North American segment, so let's pull up the next article. FBI agent sues Trump DOJ over retaliation fares. This one courtesy of The Guardian. Let me pin the link on YouTube. Bear with me one moment. Plain and simple, Ja. They do not care. Plain and simple. It's not the way to put it. Can't pretty it up. It is what it is. And we just keep it moving, right? According to TheGuardian.com, two groups of unnamed FBI agents sued the Justice Department on Tuesday to block it from collecting information on thousands of agents and other employees who worked on the criminal investigations against Donald Trump and cases against January 6 U.S. Capitol riot defendants. The lawsuits came after Emile Beauvais, the acting deputy Attorney General, ordered the FBI to compile and turn over a list of every agent who worked on those cases and their roles, which would then be reviewed for personnel decisions. In the filings, attorneys for the agents asked for the Justice Department to be blocked from collecting or disseminating the lists. They added that using the information to fire FBI employees would be retaliatory and unlawful and would violate civil service protections. The filings underscore the uncertainty and trepidation that has gripped the FBI for days. Much of the upheaval has happened in the aftermath of the interim director, Brian Driscoll, saying in an internal memo that he had been ordered to summarily fire 8 senior executives at the Bureau unless they retire beforehand. In the same memo, Driscoll disclosed that he had been directed to identify agents who had worked on January 6 cases, sparking fear at the FBI's Washington headquarters and in other field offices that agents might be fired for having been assigned to a case that angered the president. So you're firing somebody for doing their job. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Oh, geez, you're damned if you do, damned if you are don't. If you don't. Good morning, Belinda. Good morning. Good morning. Can you imagine? You're instructed to do a job. You do your job, and because the person that unfortunately comes on the file doesn't like it, you get fired when they have the opportunity to get rid of you for doing your job. Oh, by the way, before I forget, world leaders react to Trump's Gaza Strip takeover plan. Brazilian President Lula da Silva says it makes no sense. Where would Palestinians live? There is something incomprehensible to any human being. This is something incomprehensible. Rather, Palestinians are the ones who need to take care of Gaza. Australia's Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, says Australia's position is the same as it was this morning, as it was last year. The Australian government supports the bipartisan basis, a two-state solution. Trump's statement on Gaza is unacceptable. Expelling the Palestinians from Gaza is a matter that neither we nor the countries of the region can accept. There's not even a question of discussing it, and that is Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan. And David Lammy, British Foreign Minister, says, we've always been clear in our belief that we must see two states. We must see Palestinians live and prosper in their homelands in Gaza and the West Bank. And the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs says France reiterates its opposition to any forced relocation of the Palestinian population of Gaza, which would constitute a serious violation of international law and infringement on the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinians, but also a major obstacle to the two-state solution and a major destabilizing factor for our close partners such as Egypt and Jordan, as well as for the entire region. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas says Palestinian leadership firmly reject the calls to take over the Gaza Strip and to displace the Palestinians from their homeland. In response to the Americans' call for the displacement of the Palestinians from Gaza, we will not allow our people's rights to be violated. Chinese Foreign Ministry says we oppose the forced transfer of the people of Gaza and hope all parties will take ceasefire and post-conflict governance as an opportunity to bring the Palestinian issue back to the political settlement based on the two-state solution. Saudi Arabia Foreign Ministry issued a statement. Amnesty International USA, their executive director, issued a statement. Dmitry Peskov, Russian press secretary, issued a statement. Everybody sees the problem except us. The U.S. is the only one who doesn't see a problem here. You know, what can I say? We're the only ones who don't see a problem here.
What is really going on in America?
I just live here.
You're fighting with your neighbors. You have civilian aspiring career professional at the highest level. You have your FBI being fired for a case they are assigned to. You're firing civil servants. You're cutting social security and the social programs that's keeping up the poor and the vulnerable. You're removing medical and health benefits. And you want to take over everybody land. You want to go to Greenland. You want to make Canada a state. Now you want to go and build hotels in Gaza. What is going on with the president? And is there nobody in a mile of the president to say, Mr. President, let's have a conversation, a serious conversation. America at this rate would not last the next year. It will self-destruct. It will implode. These decisions are crazy. When every world leader could issue a statement saying, the statement you made is unhinged, it's time now to check yourself. I yield.
In other news, Mr. President.
American friends, you might be tempted to believe what Donald Trump is saying about South Africa, my home country, where I happen to be right now. Him and Elon Musk are racist twats who have no fucking idea what they're talking
Sorry,
about.
I can't play that one on air. Sorry. I can't play that one on air. But yes, there are some South Africans of Dutch descent who are opposed to what is happening. Many of them have voiced their concerns, saying that there is no issue here in South Africa. When 7% of the population owns 70% of the land, you can see the disparity. What you have is a few people within that 7% who take opposition because they don't want to come to terms with the fact that they have to turn over what they stole, what they acquired from their predecessors that was stolen from the indigenous people of South Africa. They want to continue to retain what is stolen as theirs, and that is the problem. It's a small group within the 7% that own the 70% that have a problem. And many of the South Africans are saying the US needs to mind its own business. Yes, AT. Will do. Saw this post on TikTok, which I'll address that. But listen to this one. This one is out of the US.
We are unveiling the Second Amendment summer tax holiday. So from Memorial Day till the 4th of July, you can get your ammunition, your firearms, and your accoutrements tax-free in the state of Florida. We are unveiling the Second Amendment summer tax holiday. So from Memorial Day till the 4th of July, you can get your ammunition, your firearms, and your accoutrements.
That's what Ron DeSantis is promoting here in the state of Florida. There'll be a second tax-free thing so that you can get your ammunition and accoutrements. Oh, let me tell you that. America, I love it.
The Second Amendment summer tax holiday. So from Memorial Day till the 4th of July, you can get your ammunition, your firearms, and your accoutrements tax-free in the state of Florida. We are unveiling.
Yeah, he knows something that we don't know, Dre. Clearly, because why would you do that? We have enough gun violence in this country. We have enough mass shootings in this country. Just yesterday, or was it the day before, 2 people get into a confrontation in a Walgreens in Miramar. One end up dead. One pull out a gun and shoot the other one. That is why. Oh, by the way, I have a story coming up tomorrow. Mandarin is being taught in classrooms in Jamaica, in some classes in Jamaica. I guess we all need to learn Mandarin because China is going to take over at some point. We're busy focused on the wrong things. I said it yesterday. We're focused on the wrong things. Get ready. It's coming. If not in our lifetime, it's coming. Because China is relentless. They're a beast on the move right now. They're on the path to world domination. And they're doing it the smart way. I'm sorry. What can I say? If we want this country to be great again, we have to toss out the playbook. Well, books at this point. We have to get rid of the books that we have on the tables right now. It's not working. We got to reprogram. Get off the hamster's wheel. Think critically. Think logically. Think future. Get ahead of the 8 ball. We are, I don't know where we are, if we even under the pool table. I don't even know where we are as a country right now. Let us put the bow back on the packaging, please. Right now, there's not, we're wrapped in brown paper. And nobody wants a gift wrapped in brown paper, which if you're very creative, it can be very attractive, might I add. But nobody wants a gift wrapped in brown paper or look like you took up scrap paper and just wrap up the gift. Let us put the pretty red bow back on the USA. Make it attractive. Make it be a place once again where, or come across as a place once again where people want to visit, want to be a part of. That's not where we are right now. I'm sorry. And it is the truth. When you have people outside the country wondering if we're okay mentally, emotionally, spiritually, we're not okay. A second amendment summer tax holiday. That's what we're having here in the state of Florida from Memorial Day so that people can purchase weapons, ammunition, accoutrements. What the heck is going on? Next up. Today news not exciting at all. It's very daunting. Reporters, we have this one is coming to us from CNN. Let me go ahead and pull it up. Oh boy, we need some encouraging news, something that give us hope. This feel like some dark days, man. Hold on, I hope there's no ad on this. Yeah, there's an ad on this, and I have to let this one run out. The next article comes to us courtesy of CNN, where reporters uncover details about men working for Musk to cut Egypt. I'm sure this one is on CNN.com, their politics tab. Oh boy, let's get to this one. Hold on a second. The ad is almost done. And
We have identified, and our reporting has identified 6 young men. All of our reporting indicates they are between the ages of 19 and 24. They are either recent high school or recent college graduates. High school graduates in at least one case, all with ties to either Musk-owned companies or Peter Thiel-owned companies. So one is a former Palantir intern, another interned at SpaceX, one is a Thiel fellow, another recently completed a summer internship at Neuralink, which of course is also owned by Elon Musk.
What are they actually doing, and who's paying them for the work?
Well, it's to be candid, a little bit difficult to ascertain exactly what they are doing. What we do know is they are working across several federal agencies, including DOGE, of course, as well as the Office of Personnel Management, which is essentially the HR function for the government, and the General Services Administration, which oversees things like federal buildings, leases, and technology and IT. So what we do know is that these young men are working at the behest of Musk and his team that he has brought in across these agencies on a number of engineering related tasks.
So, okay, Elon Musk wants anyone, talking about this, sharing the names of these Doge employees charged with a crime. Obviously, these are people who are going in and now going to have access to payment systems that, affect hundreds of millions of Americans. Possibly, if you talk about Treasury and certainly federal employees. He's got the backing of the U.S. Trump attorney in Washington. Says the FBI and prosecutors are investigating.
Yep.
Has Musk reached out to you or any of his lawyers or anything?
We haven't heard from Musk or his legal team. Obviously, what I would say is that our reporting speaks for itself. It is rigorously reported and fact-checked and vetted by our spectacular legal team. And we look forward to continuing doing the work, trying to figure out exactly what Elon Musk and his team are doing inside of these federal agencies.
And it's important work. It's brave work.
Thank you.
When, in terms of what they're doing, do you know what they're doing when they go in this? I mean, are they, I don't know, looking at this data, putting this data somewhere else? Or do we know what they're doing?
Well, let me give you sort of one specific example that we were able to ascertain. In at least some instances, these men appear to be essentially evaluating the work product of federal employees. So, one of these sort of departments that sits inside one of these federal agencies is tasked with essentially IT and technology. So we do know that one of these young men, a recent high school graduate who interned at Neuralink, was part of meetings where federal employees in this department were asked to submit code if they were engineers, as well as a one-sheet documenting their productivity. So sort of recent wins, barriers to productivity, barriers to efficiency, which actually calls back to Elon Musk's Twitter takeover. If you recall, he also, in that instance, asked Twitter employees to submit one-sheets documenting their productivity, as well as, conducted code reviews. So we know that at least one of these individuals with a Gmail email address, I should add, as of late last week, has been meeting with federal workers to review their code and their productivity. So that's what they're up to.
Want the fastest working GLP?
Lord, this being out of fan base. Oh, okay. I'm so. Please send me. So, okay, fan base. Somebody on fan base, send me the link, please. I can't find the space in the space is not showing for me, and I don't know if you call it hallway or the campus side. I'm not seeing the coffee infused space at all here. So if someone could please send it to me, text it to me, I would really appreciate that. Otherwise, hold on 1 second. I do apologize. Yesterday I was in the town hall. Yesterday I was in the town hall, and I must say this. While I appreciate the drumming up of revenues, excuse me, and talking about how much has been raised, I did not hear any conversation. Hey, Empress. Hi, Urban. I did not hear any conversation about the technical aspect of it. I don't want to abandon fan base. I really don't. If I was able to stick through the nuances on the other platform, I can stick. I think I should be able to stick through it here. However, when we talk about an experience that is being created, that you want to create or you want to maintain, it is taking away from the experience. I'm sorry, my patience is only so much, and I'm going to be very honest. There comes a time when I disconnect certain things from my life, be it people or things, spaces and places. It's just who I am. I can support only to a point. We cannot be if the space based on what's his name said yesterday, not Eric, the other fellow, not hear me, Eric, not Isaac, the other fellow who was speaking, who seems to be the tech guru behind all of this. If the space only has 1 million people and we keep encountering these issues, can we say more? Can we really carry more? I cannot daily, yes, 7 days a week. I do promote practice. 5 days a week on air, on YouTube, and on the other 2 days on the weekends when I repost content or whatever on my various social media platforms. I cannot be promoting and get nothing in return. Let me put it that way. What are they going to do fan base? Fix the issue. It's annoying, it's frustrating, it's aggravating. I don't know if we need to ramp up the tech support team. I don't know if not enough people are reporting the issue. I don't know. But failing this, and it's a shame that we have to have this discussion here, but I'm sorry. Failing this, what's the next platform we have available? Because I'm not going back to the other place. I'm not going back there. For my own psychological, but I'm not going back to the other space. My own psychological well-being, I'm not going back to the other space. Is there another platform that can be explored that can facilitate coffee and joke? If there is, please let me know. I'm tired of this. Okay. Thank you for allowing me to rant, fan base. Thank you very much. Some may say it's out of character and it's not the right place and the right time. I've had enough. I have had enough. May I try to shake your phone thing, keep your fingers crossed, and 911 will show up on my doorstep. Right? Oh, and by the way, if you do not live in the state of Massachusetts and you get a text message, because I just got a text message from a number, and I'm going to tell you all the telephone number. Scammers, find something else to do in your life. I'm sick and tired, I don't know. The telephone number is 63, which right away tell us says an overseas number, 998 346 7801. If you ever get a text from that number or any telephone number start with a +63, and in the text it reads Easy Drive MA, which is, so I went online, which is Easy Drive MA, which is out of Massachusetts, mass.gov, right? Your vehicle has an unpaid toll invoice, and to avoid excessive late fees on your bill, pay your fee by February 5, 2025. Folks, if you're not going to scam, get to the information right. I don't live in Massachusetts. Anyway, in the text message, it's telling you that please reply. Why? Do not reply to no text message wanna get. And they also put in the text message the website. Them all have website and then create a website. Them scammer are not easy. The website that they have put in the text message is easydrive.com /SYKC.XIN/US. Me's the wrong one, people. I'm not the right one. Pick somebody else. Pick somebody else, not me. So I'm telling everybody who is listening on air, on YouTube, and right here in Fanbase, please be on the alert. The scammers are getting very creative, right? But the giveaway right here is that this is an out-of-country number. As a matter of fact, let me do this. Area code, and I'm sorry, but I have to protect my people as much as I can. Area code +63. Which country is that? 998. Make we see. The Philippines. Yeah. So whoever is over there in the Philippines, find something to do with in a life, please and thank you. Not me. Okay, so Empress, don't make me laugh. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let me block this because then scam I must think said. Then no go on.
Moments the blocking that number, tomorrow it will be another number. All you have to say is that most financial institutions, as a matter of fact, every financial institution in the US would not call you or ask you for personal information. If you get a message that you think is suspect, do not reply to that. Do not click on any link in that message, whether it's an email, a text, or anything like that. Go to the official website of the institution in question. If you get something to reply to your bank, do not reply. Log into your bank app that you have on your phone, or call the bank from a number that a number that you know belongs to the bank. Do not ever reply to anything in text. Do not ever give any permission to anybody in text. Do not even reply no, because they would put yes, no, and either way is the same code in both answers. So either way, you're given permission. So do not do that. Always go to the official site. Always call an official number that you can verify, and you will be fine. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Be careful, people. Be careful. And I know a lot of times we will see what may look official, but heed the warning. Please heed the warning. So we were talking about the article where reporters uncovered details about. You all were able to hear the clip? Yes? No? Maybe so.
What clip you mean about
the men working for Musk to cut the government agency?
the young men?
Yeah.
Yes, we did hear the
Okay.
we did hear the clip.
All right. All right. So apparently you can't even talk about them, none at all.
I have the same question I had from yesterday. How could you come out of high school as an intern and gain security clearance to be accessing sensitive government documents, or to be requesting that from career professionals? How is Elon Musk and his team getting the prerequisite security clearance to access the information they're getting? And why is nobody paying attention to that? Why everybody is so, oh, Elon Musk actually, how is he getting the clearance? How is his team getting the clearance? I still trying to figure out.
We all trying to figure it out. We're all trying to figure out what's going on. And the only people we hear talking up right now are the Democrats, right? And then interestingly, Mr. President, yesterday I was watching, I forgot which website, which one of the media houses, where the RFK thing, right? Where so many people are saying I, and of course so many people saying no. But then there was one person who broke the tie. And I'm saying to myself, the Republicans really sit down with all their years of experience, them really sit down and allowing certain things to happen. Could it be they have a plan? I'm convinced that there has to be conversation going on where they're saying, okay, we have a plan. We're gonna let it crash and burn, because it's only then that we're going to be able to pick up the pieces and get things back. I don't know, because to just sit down and have all these appointees who it just not adding up, it's not makes sense, and to have this free for all going on in Washington, I don't know. Something is going on that we are not privy to, that we're not understanding. It has to be leading to something better. It has to be. Them have a plan, man. Them have a plan. Them have a plan to say, all right, make him do what I'm doing. Let us give him free. Let us give him everything he wants. And then we're going to reel it back. I don't know. Interesting to say the least. Prospect of immigration agents entering school is sending shockwaves among communities. This one courtesy of NPR.
Historically been off limits for immigration enforcement, but all of that changed with President Trump. He quickly got rid of a decades-old policy that prevented agents from arresting migrants without legal status in sensitive places like schools, hospitals, and churches. Now, those locations are fair game to make arrests. There's no evidence ICE agents have gone into schools yet, but the prospect has sent shockwaves through some communities, as NPR's Jasmine Garst reports.
In the days after President Donald Trump's inauguration, as rumors of immigration raids in Chicago started to pick up, Roy, a second-grade public school teacher in the city, says he noticed a shift.
Our attendance was pretty bad across the city, right? There were like 50 to 80% attendance. And a lot of parents were like, oh, they are sick.
Sure, he says, kids get sick. But about half of Roy's students are immigrants or children of immigrant parents. Many recently arrived, some without legal status. He suspected they were scared of exposing themselves to potential deportation, which is why Roy has asked that NPR withhold his last name and the name of his school. He says when attendance dipped, he sent an email to parents reminding them that Chicago is a sanctuary city, meaning local law enforcement are prohibited from cooperating with federal immigration enforcement. The next day, he says, most of the kids were back in class, but they were scared.
So one of my students who's from Honduras was like, well, Trump won yesterday. You know what that means? He's like, if you're from Venezuela, you're going back to Venezuela. If you're from Honduras, you're going to go back to Honduras. So I say, hey, we're not going to let them take you.
But how do you explain the complexities of immigration law to a 6-year-old? He asks. Teachers don't actually have the power to stop any federal immigration agent who has a warrant. The Trump administration is sending mixed messages about schools. On the one hand, the new mandate says they are no longer off limits. But during a televised immigration raid in Chicago, Border czar Tom Homan told TV personality Dr. Phil that ICE isn't going into schools.
Are you going into schools and arresting children at schools? No. Is anything like that happening? No, sir.
Some states have indicated they will do all they can to support President Trump's crackdown on illegal immigration, even in schools. Tennessee recently passed a series of anti-immigration measures, including a bill that would make it a felony for any local official to maintain sanctuary policies. And recently, the Oklahoma State Board of Education unanimously advanced a rule to request proof of citizenship or immigration status from families when they enroll their children in public schools. Here's Oklahoma Superintendent Ryan Walters on ABC affiliate KOCO.
We've got to know where the illegal immigrants are, what schools, what districts. And again, we have to make decisions on allocating resources. We have to make decisions as a state on how we're going to deal with those problems.
The rule still must be approved by the Oklahoma State Legislature and the governor. But in the meantime, for immigrant parents with uncertain legal status, everyday life has changed. A mom who works in hospitality in Chicago asked that we only use her first initial. Why? Because she worries about getting deported. Y has temporary protection from deportation after alleging employer exploitation. Just in case, her family now has a plan.
Nos tenemos que reportar cada 5 horas para saber.
We check in every 5 hours, she says. If someone doesn't show up, start checking the immigration detention website.
Empezar a buscarlo en el sitio web de inmigración.
Jasmine Garst, NPR News, New York.
Such a shame that places that would be considered sanctuary spaces, people are nervous. People are uncertain. I don't know. Next up, also courtesy of NPR, public needs to rise up to fight constitutional crisis, and this is according to a Democratic senator. We also have this is a soundbite as well. We'll take a listen to this one.
What do you do when the president aims to make big, sweeping changes to the federal government and your party is in the minority? That's the question on many people's minds as President Trump and close advisor Elon Musk make a blitz of changes supported by unorthodox cabinet picks and a Republican majority that seems disinclined to oppose the president in any way. We have Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut on the line to talk about this. He says this moment is a constitutional crisis. Senator, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
So let me go over some of the events of last week. OMB tried to freeze spending that had already been appropriated. The president's made moves to close several agencies that were created by Congress. As we said, you call it a constitutional crisis. Could you explain as briefly as you can in plain language why you say that?
Well, the President of the United States does not have the power unilaterally to suspend all federal programs. He certainly does not have the power to suspend those programs and then decide on his own which entities get money and which don't. The President doesn't have the power to do that because that's an extraordinary power to be invested in one person. The President could use that power to send money to his friends, to deny money to his enemies, to send money only to Republican states and not to Democratic states. The founders thought that that was a corrupting power that one person should not have. That's why the power to decide how taxpayer dollars is spent is vested in the Article 1 branch, the legislature. Second, the President has been in violation of court orders, which is extraordinary. The court has said, you cannot do this. You have to turn that spending back on. He has not done that. In particular, he has not done that inside USAID. That's the nation's international development agency. Most programs in that agency are still suspended. In fact, the President has gone so far as to essentially shutter the entire agency, laying off 60% of the people in many bureaus, telling employees yesterday none of them should show up for work. That is unconstitutional as well. The President cannot just close a statutorily authorized agency.
Let me ask you about that. President Trump obviously has a maximalist view of his authority. I mean, he was asked about specifically USAID when reporters talked to him yesterday in the Oval Office, and this is what he said.
If there's fraud, these people are lunatics. And if it comes to fraud, you wouldn't have an active Congress. And I'm not sure that you would anyway.
Okay, so let's just take the hyperbole aside here. Do you think that the president's real intention is to take this to court? Because clearly he is going to be challenged in court. Do you think the real goal here is to get this in court where I think he believes that the courts will be friendly to his view of his authority?
The President is obviously packed to the Supreme Court with people that are loyal to him, with at least one judge who is deeply corrupt. And he may be making a guess that the court will give him the power to shutter agencies. I don't think, though, we should just let the hyperbole sit on the side, because when people hear the President of the United States say that there's corruption at USAID, when they hear Elon Musk say that it's a criminal enterprise and it goes uncontested by either the media or Democrats, they believe it. I mean, that's just an outright lie. USAID is not corrupt. It's the agency that helps save lives when there's famine abroad. It helps support U.S. national security goals by chasing terrorists and Chinese influence all around the world. So the President and his billionaire advisors are literally making things up out of thin air because they want to seize control of federal government spending so that they can reward their friends and Elon Musk's friends and punish their enemies so as to suppress political dissent and destroy democracy in this country. That's why this is a constitutional crisis.
So then the question becomes, what can the Democrats do about this? As we've seen that there seems to be a disinclination on the part of most Republican senators to oppose the president's nominees. Now, Senator Brian Schatz of Hawaii has said he's putting a blanket hold on all State Department nominees going forward until the president reverses himself on USAID. But so what's the move on the part of the Democrats here?
Well, listen, that certainly is a start. I believe that Democrats should not support a single nominee, that we should not grant expedited process to any nominees until this crisis passes. I worry that the American public is not going to rise up against this seizure of power if they see Democrats collaborating with Republicans on the floor of the Senate on a regular basis to pass legislation or support nominees. That's the essential thing that has to happen here, right? The people of this country need to start showing up, and you saw that happening this weekend. I saw town halls for my colleagues packed to the gills. Yesterday, we did a press conference outside of USAID that must have had 500 people at it. I think you're going to start to see people drawing a line here, and that will put pressure on Republicans.
But that would require the Democrats to draw a line, and are they prepared to do that? Look, I'm remembering when Mitch McConnell was the GOP. I asked one of your colleagues about this yesterday. When Mitch McConnell was the GOP leader, he said his highest priority was denying Barack Obama a second term. That obviously did not happen, and that's not an issue here because President Trump is not eligible for a second term. So what is the Democrats' highest priority when it comes to Donald Trump? Can you articulate that?
saving democracy. Right now, our highest priority is making sure that democracy survives this assault on the Constitution. I can only speak for myself. I can't tell you what every single Democrat is willing to do. I'm not going to vote for any more nominees. We are also, as you know, vigorously pursuing court actions to try to shut down many of these illegal seizures of power. And I do think, so far, you are right, Republicans have not joined us. But if we are able to muster real public sentiment against these seizures of power, and I think that is beginning to happen out in the public, I think that may be enough to get Republicans to join us. And on many of these nominations and pieces of legislation, we ultimately don't need 20 Republicans. We may need just a handful.
You haven't had a handful so far, but are the Democrats agreed on this? Are the Democrats, in your view, in the Senate particularly, agreed on this strategy of denying future nominees their votes?
I can't speak for every Democrat. You've seen more Democrats than ever before opposing nominees. But again, the focus has to be on Republicans right now and why they have been completely and utterly silent. So I do not want all of the pressure to be on Democrats to figure this out, when Republicans should care just as much about democracy as Democrats do.
That is Senator Chris Murphy. He's a Democrat from Connecticut. Senator, thank you.
Thank you.
And now,
hold on a second. This is something that I think this is a weakness, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. This is a weakness with the Democrats, right? The representatives. This constant reaching across the aisle, hoping that they will join them, hoping for a kumbaya moment, hoping that they will respect democracy, hoping. Can y'all stop with it, please? That's all I want to ask the Democrats to do. Just stop. It's not working. It hasn't worked. It works against the Democratic Party. We have seen this play out several times. What is it about with the Democrats? Why they feel the need to be nice? Are you hosting a tea party where everybody has to come dressed up in their suits and floral, the ladies in their floral dresses and pearls and white gloves on their hands and their hats tilted to the side? Is this a tea party? Are we assembling at the Kentucky Derby? Because you know the Derby people get vicious because there's so much money being thrown around when you talk about the horses. Can we stop trying to be nice? Who are we now? It not work. It's not working. Get to the business at hand. Do what you must. And the Republicans have shown you time and time again that they may not like each other on the inside, but one thing they're going to do is pull together. You just said, I can't speak for. I mean, shut up with the I can't speak for. Speak with your chest. Be bold with your statements. That's the problem. Because people like me do pay attention to what is said, and people like me dissect what is said. And I can't speak. That means there is no unity. They just want to see a little crack in the shell, you know. Just a little crack is all they need. I agree, Belinda. They need to grow some, get some, buy some. I agree, Empress. They need to stop being nice. I mean, you don't have to go in the pigsty. There is a diplomatic way to clap back. We don't have to go in the pigsty with them. Yeah, we don't do that. We don't roll in the mud. But there is a way. 4 years. It's at the end when executive orders are being signed. And as soon as they sign, boom, then get reversed as Mr. Man got to up office.
Moments, pace yourself. We're not even past the first month. We have 4 years. So pace yourself, Moments. Pace yourself.
Remember, folks, I did put the link on the Coffee Into website. If you are desirous of moving out of the country for a year and you would like to enjoy some life in the tropics where you can have quality air to breathe, you can have true organic fruits and vegetables and food prepared fresh daily, not anything you have to take out of the freezer compartment in a supermarket. You can take advantage of the offer from Barbados, a welcome stamp, where you can be there for 12 months as long as you're making minimum 50,000 US in a 12-month period. You can take yourself all the way over there to Barbados. The link is on the Coffee Into website on our resources page. Work remotely in Barbados. Mr. President, I think we really need a break. This is too much. We need to just shut off for a year.
Look for a good news story because it's very intense this morning with all these things.
No, talk the truth. Finding stories that are positive out of the US. I don't know about any of you. I don't can tell me. If you find positive, uplifting stories, please send them over. Because all I have been inundated with, whether it's on social media, CNN, NBC, ABC, Al Jazeera, Politico, AP, NPR, no matter what the turn, it's just darkness. We don't know. We don't know. Or do we just stop reporting on stories out of the US? Period. Period. It's distressing. It is distressing. God of mercy, it's distressing. Oh, by the way, I just saw this pop up on my screen. A federal judge has blocked Trump's executive order to end the birthright citizenship. We'll talk about that on Friday. There will be no coffee until tomorrow. See, I took my own advice, folks, and I hope some of you listening or all of you listening did as we have been advising throughout the month of January to go and set your appointments, go to your doctors, get your blood panels done, so on and so forth. So I go for my results tomorrow. But can tell us the anxiety turn up. What is it about going to the doctor that makes us so nervous? It's nerve-wracking. Why? Why are we so afraid? We don't want to go to the doctor. We don't want to do nothing. Why are we like this? What are we fearful of? Yeah. Anyway. So my nerves on edge for tomorrow. There's no coffee until tomorrow as I go for my results. I'm looking at it this way. 2 weeks ago when I went, if there was something detrimental, I would have heard them say no news is good news. Does that still ring true? No news, good news. I'm gonna hold on to that. All right. So on Friday, we're going to talk about the federal judge blocking Trump's executive order to end birthright citizenship. All right. Do we have anything else out of the US? North America, rather, I should say. Okay, that's it.
If we do, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Skip over it.
RoSolo. It is time for business and tech news. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grant Coffee House. For those of you here with me on Fanbase, thank you. At the top of the page, we see an improvement. You can now have two things linked at the top. So to the very top, we have the link to the Coffee Into YouTube channel. I invite you to click on that one, the one that just has a little picture. And beside it, Coffee Into. Click on that one to subscribe to the Coffee Into YouTube channel. And the other one is for watching live on your end, if you so desire. All right. So to everyone listening online, remember at the top of the hour, we are ending our online radio programming, and we invite you to join us for the remainder of Coffee Into on YouTube live. You definitely want to join us there. And while you're there, go ahead and subscribe. Turn on your notifications. All right. Okay. All right. Business and tech news. RoSolo, I've been dead. RoSolo says skip over it. So
Yeah, just skip over it
we
right
don't
now.
have no more. We don't have no more.
No,
We're
good.
tired. We're tired. We're tired.
I feel I need a nap after that. You know, I feel like I need a nap, and I'm only listening. I feel like I need a nap. I have to start the day all over again.
So let me ask you a question. When last you went to Waffle House up there, RoSolo?
Not me, mom. No, mom. And they're going to charge for is that what you're about to read now? Not me. I don't do Waffle House.
I
No,
missed.
ma'am.
We were the first ones that took you to Waffle House that night.
You
No,
were.
that's
You were. And
never forgetful night. A night we will never forget in Georgia.
I don't know what you're
What
talking about. I don't recall.
No, we can't talk about it on air, Mr. President. We
No,
can't.
what
Mr.
happening
President. No, sir.
in
No
Waffle
time for
House? Stay in Waffle House.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Yes,
even-
exactly, Mr. President. What happens in she just scandalous here like saying that was the past. I'm not
I love
that
Waffle
person.
House. Listen, there's so many times when I'm here and I'm like, damn, I wish there was a Waffle House to get up and go to at 3, 4
I
o'clock
just
in the
can't
morning.
I know, I just can't. I've never, me and the cleanliness piece is, I just can't do it. I used to when I was at my last job, it became but I wasn't the one buying one of my employees would bring it in. But once I have to walk in there myself, it will never happen. I'm more of an IHOP person, and I don't even do that.
I prefer Waffle House to IHOP. I'm not gonna tell a lie. When we moved to Georgia, I remember our Waffle House up where we were was very nice. I'm not gonna lie. It was a very nice.
It was brand new. It was brand new.
Busy, always busy. So we used to go to one near to Mall of Georgia, across the street from Mall of Georgia, to be exact, right off of Buford Drive. Used to love it, love going. And we used to get up 3 o'clock in the morning. We wake up. Waffle House? Yeah, I would put on my clothes and God, a Waffle House. But now, you need to know how to fight to go Waffle House, whether as a customer or if you want to be an employee. Anyway, but let me get serious for a second. No, before Waffle House, let's talk about McDonald's. So, no, you know what? Let me go ahead with the Waffle House story. You know what? Let me play the link. This one, courtesy of the Associated Press via WSVN.
Eating at the Waffle House will cost you a bit more these days, the chain announcing a 50-cent increase per egg due to rising prices from a bird flu outbreak. The company added that the surcharge will remain until egg prices go down, trying to assure customers it's a temporary measure to offset costs.
Waffle House, and I really have to put up that. I don't could absorb like a 50 cents. Waffle House, you couldn't absorb
Do you know?
50 cents.
Do you know how many eggs Waffle House uses per day? That's the whole point of the Waffle. Can you imagine the revenue they're going to gain from this little 50-cent charge? Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
You know what happened to me this morning, RoSolo? I could have cried. I could have cried this morning.
You drop your eggs.
What egg? But
One?
Three eggs were left in one of the cartons, right? So, and of course, the brown egg, the good up egg, the egg what I pay $10 for, like $13 for. Hold on, sorry, the egg what I pay $13 a dozen for. So, me take out the egg, take out the three of them out of the carton. So I'm gonna fry 2 and put 1 in a small dish and put back in the fridge. It's about the time I turn around, the egg roll off of the counter, drop on the floor, Lord Jesus, I could have cried living in water this morning. I said, no.
A $5 egg. A $5 egg drop on the ground.
Hold on, let me tell you exactly how much that egg costs. $13. That egg was $1.08. Boom, right there, so on the ground, in the garbage. My bex so too. But yeah, it is what it is. Next story: McDonald's settles a lawsuit over Latino scholarship program by opening door to non-Latino applicants. This article, courtesy of WSVN, and we have a soundbite for this as well.
Welcome back. Some changes are on their way to McDonald's. Its longstanding Latino scholarship program has changed requirements to settle a lawsuit on the matter.
So the fast food chain changed the requirements for its ASED National Scholarship Program. Applicants used to be required to have one Hispanic or Latino parent, but now it's different. The scholarship will have openings for all races and ethnicities. So far, the scholarship has given more than $33 million in scholarships over the last 40 years.
So Okay, interesting. Well, scholarships always have certain contingencies or requirements, not so. Everybody's shapes it depend on the or they're shaped depending on who they're trying to have benefit from the scholarship. Okay, so now that has changed. Um,
Listen,
go ahead, Mr. President. Go right ahead.
it's just a matter of metric antics, right? If I decide to give a scholarship for kids whose parents own pigs, right? I don't necessarily say the scholarship is for kids whose parents own pig, you know. But I could have criteria in my scholarship to ensure that the only kids that win it is whose parents own pigs.
Back.
And we have to start to do a lot of this stuff because guess what? There is a lot of racist policies in America, right? Where they do not tell you cannot do certain things. But when they look at the criteria for qualifying for those said things, it only fits certain people and certain demographics. Like you say, for instance, the stock market is a scam, right? If you notice it, even if you look at for venture capitalists and stuff, right? All the best investments are for accredited investors. I think an accredited investor you have to have over $250,000 net worth, and or you have to be trading in the spaces as a professional, qualified, whatever. The point is, it is not for the average ordinary person, but it will be open for the public. But how much of the public could qualify for the investment to even put in their money? So sometimes people have to start to use their head. But like McDonald's and them, oh well. But for other people who want to offer a scholarship for a niche, you make it for everybody. But your qualification criteria can be modified to suit your target audience. I rest my case.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. All right. Next up in our business and tech segment, and this article can be found on cbsnews.com. Can a debt collector take you to court after 7 years? You've probably heard that debts fall off your credit report after 7 years, leaving you with a clean slate in terms of your old unpaid debt. As a result, you may be ignoring those persistent collection calls about an old credit card or medical bill, thinking you're in the clear because so much time has passed. But while there is some truth to the idea that time barred debts will fall off your credit report after a certain number of years, the reality is that the relationship between old debts and debt collection is not quite that simple. Right now, many Americans are struggling with old debts that refuse to die. While the debt collection attempts and these unpaid balances may slow down over time, some debt collectors are remarkably persistent, continuing their collection efforts, which can include everything from phone calls to lawsuits, even after 7 or more years have passed. This can leave you wondering about your rights and whether you can really face repercussions or be dragged into court over debt from the distant past. The truth is that debt collectors' ability to sue you after 7 years depends on a range of factors. Understanding these nuances can help you protect yourself from aggressive collection tactics and know when you might need to take action. So let's go a little deeper. Can a debt collector take you to court after 7 years? The 7-year mark is significant for credit reporting purposes. Negative items like collection accounts generally must be removed from your credit reports after 7 years. However, this credit reporting limit has nothing to do with a debt collector's ability to sue you for the old debt. What matters instead is your state's statute of limitations on debt. The statute of limitations is the legal time limit for filing, a lawsuit to collect payment on a debt. This period varies by state and type of debt, and it typically ranges from 3 to 6 years, though some states allow up to 15 years for certain types of debt. Once this time limit expires, the debt becomes time barred, meaning debt collectors cannot successfully sue you to collect. However, there are important caveats to note. One is that the statute of limitations clock can restart if you make a payment or even acknowledge the debt in certain ways. Some debt collectors exploit this by convincing debtors to make small, good faith payments, which resets the clock and gives them more time to sue. And the starting point for the statute of limitations is not always clear. It could be your last payment date when the account was charged off or when it was sold to collections. What to do if you're being sued over old debt? If you receive court papers about an old debt, don't ignore them, even if you believe the debt is time barred. Failing to respond to a lawsuit typically results in a default judgment against you, giving the debt collector significant power to garnish wages or seize assets. Instead, you should start by verifying that you've been served with a legitimate lawsuit. Real court papers will have a case number and court information that you can verify with your local courthouse. You should then check your state's statute of limitations and gather any records you have about the debt. Look for documentation showing when you last made a payment or when the account went into default. If the debt is beyond the statute of limitations, you can raise this as a defense in court, but you must actively present this defense. The court won't automatically dismiss the case just because the debt is old. You may also want to consider consulting with a consumer protection attorney, especially if the debt is large or you're unsure about your rights. Many offer free consultations and can quickly tell you if you have a strong defense. They may also identify illegal collection practices that could give you leverage in negotiating a settlement, or even allow you to countersue the debt collector. Yeah, countersue. The bottom line. When a debt's age matters, while a debt's age matters, the 7-year credit reporting limit doesn't protect you from lawsuits. Your state's statute of limitations is the key factor in determining whether a debt collector can legally sue you. However, even time-barred debts don't simply disappear. Debt collectors can still try to collect. They just can't use the courts to force payment. If you're dealing with old debt, take time to understand your rights and obligations. Keep detailed records of all communication with debt collectors and don't make any payments or agreements without fully understanding the implications. By staying informed and responding appropriately to collection attempts, you can better protect yourself from aggressive tactics and make informed decisions about resolving your old debts. All right. So I hope that information was beneficial to someone, or if you know someone who is struggling with old debt, aka moments, um, some things just won't disappear. And I refuse to pay them. I refuse to pay them. I'm sorry. There are some things I'm just not paying. And I'm not paying because I have done collections in the past. And I know, yeah, we know. If you know, you know. Some of these things are insured. So they have filed an insurance claim on the debt already. These debts have already been settled. So at twice the money you want, you're greedy. So you will owe someone $1,000, right? Them turn around, file a claim on that $1,000, get them money, then sell it to another collection agency for pennies on the dollar. These collection agencies, or me never tell them to go buy nothing from nobody. Me never send you go shop. So you go and buy the debt from somebody else, and then you want to come after me? No, boo, you and I never entered into a contractual agreement. Show me where you and I engaged. You can't show me. You not have no money forget because I don't owe you. You are a third party company. Sometimes it'll end up being a fourth and fifth company because they just keep selling and selling and selling. On go and sell till no drop down dead. Me not have no money for giving up. The next thing I want to talk about is we have to be careful with people who say they can clean up your debt. Be very careful. If you owe $300, if $300 is a hindrance on your credit report, it is better to pay the $300 and get it taken care of than pay somebody $900 only for the thing to reappear on your debts a year later, on your credit a year later. Be smart about it. Right?
Can I say something,
Yes,
Moment?
yes, please, Johan, please.
Because let me tell you a quick story. Because I'm from London, so when I came here, one of the biggest things I did was learn about the credit system here. And then my credit was nice. Good 8 years of good credit, like white folks them. But things happened. And life did what life did, and I was like, "Damn! I needed 3 months to get my shit." I lost my job, right? So I was like, "Damn, damn, damn!"
Remember we on air. Remember we on air.
Oh, sorry, but and so a little 3 months, we get to the next job. I got a next job, and I was like, "All right, good." Me, obviously, I fucked up. I should have at least told them I needed some time. Sorry, obviously, I screwed up. And I should have told them I needed some time. So, lesson learned, whatever. But long story short, from there, they closed the accounts. It was just 3 months. They closed the accounts, and I was mad because I had good credit, paid on time, nothing for 8 years. And you couldn't give me 3 months. So because I was vexed, whatever. But I learned the credit system so good that when they did try to take me to court, everybody in the courthouse is stressed up. I'm sitting there with a smile on my face like Cheshire Cat because I know the law. And from when you know the law, I sat there confident. When it came to my time that we went into mediation and I said, I got nothing to say, show that where my signature is and we can talk. But until you can show, I have nothing to say. And I walk out same way, came back 3 months later. They tried to provide them statements of last payments. I said, that's not my signature. And that is not proof of debt. I'm sorry. The judge goes, I'm inclined to agree with the defendant. And they just drop it so. But they dropped it in a way where they could come again. I said, nah. So I had to file paperwork and I'm counter-suing them because it's been well past 8 years. We went to court. You dropped the kids. Why is it still permitting there? Left me alone. When I couldn't find my signature, and you're really trying to ask me, I don't owe you nothing. So like when people are very stressed, I don't stress over debt, Come find me.
Listen, so I'm being reprimanded in the chat. AT, so I don't care. I have no shame in my game, right? So AT put in the chat, Moments, you're on public media. Don't announce non-payment. You are an example to all that listen. Let alone collect us. Okay. AT said, don't do that, Moments. Don't do that. AT. Them have me bringle away.
Listen, it was so bad that one lady looked stressed. We went into the mediation room together and she goes, why do you look so comfortable? I said, because I know what I know. If you would like to know what I know, I will help you, my dear. She was stressed and pressed. I sat there like, listen, everything we do is digital. And everything, I have an attorney for that. One thing I don't do is sign my name on anything. I sign my name like an electronic signature. It is a S stroke and then write my name. Period. Ain't nobody ever gonna have my signature. Are you mad? Come find me. Where is it? When did I say yes to contract?
Oh Lord. Gotta love it. Go ahead, RoSolo.
I used to work for a company and then they put me in the collections department and they got me out of that department real quick because everyone's excuse sounded really good to me because it was my excuse too. And I would write off everything. Everybody was getting written off. Okay, no problem. If you cry up here, you cry. Oh gosh, I'm crying with you. So, That's my story. They put me in the collections department. They put me right back in customer service on the phones. No, ma'am, no, don't, no outbound calls for you. Because every time they called, and it was during the war. I remember every time one of these wives called and their husband was overseas and they were at war. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I've got you. I can take care of it for you.
Mm-hmm.
I wish when I call the collectors know and I should have here, they would do that for me. I cannot work in collections. I don't know how people do it. They call me every day. They call and asking. The other day, I asked someone. They said, "Can you borrow money from someone?" I said, "No, because all my friends are. You're going to call them after you call me. We're all on the same list. Leave us alone." You know.
And listen, many years ago, the English system is different as well, right? I don't know, God has watched over me or something, because I always used to just learn little tricks. Like in England, the way the parking tickets is, yeah, if you have a parking ticket and you're unpeered, like, listen, I was in college using student loans, paying for parking tickets. One lady clapped my car so many times, she took pity on me. And in England, you can break into somebody's home. The debt collectors can break into your house, my friend, and take whatever they want to collect their money.
Really?
So, like, yes, baby. Listen, England is militant, you know. And so she took so much pity on me. I was like 24, 23, and she came to my house every week. She said, "Listen, I'm gonna do you a solid, yeah, because I'm tired of clamping your car and taking your money, right?" And she goes, "I'm going to do you a thing. We're gonna set up a payment arrangement. You'll get a minimum, whatever you can pay. We're gonna do that. And if any other people come for you, you can just say the rights, because you know, like the taxes on a house supersedes the mortgage, right? She basically said like that. So she had a claim on my car. So if anyone tried to clamp my car, I could just show them the agreement, and they had to just leave me alone. Listen, I thank God for that woman, you know, because my student day, money just gone. So listen, like, she saved my life, but it caused me to start digging into the laws, and so now, listen, don't play with me. Take me to court, friend.
Listen, you know what? Let me go on to the next one, because
I'm begging them to take me to court at this point.
No, if I laugh at that, Johan, thank you for the laugh. We needed a laugh, because let me tell you something. The stories today have been very dark, despondent, and daunting. So we really needed this little fire to wake us up and have us on the edge of our seats, holding our stomachs, buckling over with laughter. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Just a reminder to everyone listening online, we invite you to subscribe to the Coffee and Toe YouTube channel, and we also invite you to check out the Coffee and Toe website, www.coffeeandtoe.com. We have more stories posted there. We also have a resource page. Oh, to the resource page, I added the Department of State for Jamaica, travel.gov, because a lot of times people want information with how to, with regard to the telephone numbers to their embassies. And we have embassies all over the country in the US, if you are in the US. So their numbers are there, in the link, the addresses, who the ambassadors are. So we updated that yesterday for you. Remember, folks, if you have any resources, please send them over so we can put the links on the page. And I don't want it to be filled up with just links for things beneficial to Jamaicans. Remember, we are a global space. Any resource that one can take advantage of, and there's a link that can make it easier for them to access information, do not forget to send it over. All right? Send it over. Send it over. Send it over. Okay, so that being said, it's time for I'm not going to talk about it anymore, because AT have me in a chokehold. AT, you really are. AT have me checking me. And I appreciate it, AT. I appreciate it. Yeah, I have to be mindful. One has to be mindful of what we say in our public spaces, because whether we want to agree or not, there is some level of influence, right? Some level, and so we want to set a good example. So I'm going to be a good example, AT. Thank you.
AT working on his patois.
Yeah, man, AT working on his pattern. AT have it down pack. AT is quite fluent in patois now. I'm showing off on AT. Remember, we used to have classes.
ET already graduated from intermediate in conversational now.
Big up yourself, AT. Big up yourself. All right, it is time for Health and Science News, and our Health and Science News is brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. 100% natural. All right, we are back with YouTube Live. All right, our first story out of our health and science segment. Ja, I want to say thank you for sending this over. And the article, Blacks Missing Out on Cancer Clinical Trials Has Real World Consequences. Article can be found on blackdoctor.org. 4 out of 5 participants in cancer clinical trials are white, a discrepancy that calls into question whether other races and ethnicities are receiving good cancer treatment, researchers say. Women and the elderly also are underrepresented in clinical trials, and this is according to recent findings. Prior studies have shown that the effectiveness of cancer treatment can vary based on a person's race, gender, and age. That is according to lead researcher Dr. Narjust Duma, who is the Associate Director of the Cancer Care Equity Program. Despite this, clinical trials have failed to successfully recruit a diverse patient population upon whom to test new drugs and therapies. All the data we're using to guide cancer treatment is for one type of patient. Dr. Duma undertook this study after a conversation with a Black lung cancer patient about possible chemotherapy treatments. He asked, "What are the numbers about me? Where are the numbers about African Americans? And what are the chances we respond to treatment?" A cursory look at chemotherapy research revealed that only a handful of Blacks had been included in clinical trials involving hundreds of people. To explore the issue further, Dr. Duma and her colleagues analyzed enrollment data from all U.S. cancer therapy trials, which were completed between 2003 and 2016, winding up with more than 55,000 participants. Of those patients, 83% were white, 6% were Black, and just over 5% were Asian. Almost 3% were Hispanic, and around 2% were classified as other. The Hispanic numbers are particularly troubling, given that they currently make up 16% to 20% of the US population, and that proportion is increasing. That's 1/3 of the US population. And we have close to zero information about how to treat cancer in those patients. Researchers also found that only 36% of patients were aged 65 and older, even though cancer risk increases dramatically with age. Finally, women were underrepresented in clinical trials for melanoma, just 35%, lung cancer, 39%, and pancreatic cancer, 40%. The consequences of underrepresentation. Not including these folks in clinical trials means that doctors are not fully equipped to treat all the various types of cancer that can strike different groups. If these populations are underrepresented in clinical trials, there will also be an underrepresentation of the types of cancer that we know disproportionately affect them. For example, Black and Hispanic women are much more likely to be diagnosed with aggressive breast cancer. Therefore, we will have less knowledge around the effectiveness of treatment that might be specific for these different forms of the disease. And before we start talking about this article, just want to let you know, coming up tomorrow, not tomorrow, I forgot, there will be no coffee until tomorrow. We will be back on Friday. On Friday, we're going to be talking about families buying more sugary cereal if advertising targets kids, not adults. And that's something we need to talk about. So we're going to be talking about sugary cereals in our Health and Science segment on Friday's episode of Coffee in Tow. So back to this article. I want to say that the reason folks are hesitant, people of color are hesitant about being involved in clinical trials is because of the history that comes with people of color, especially in the US. They don't want to be the lab rats. They don't want to be, oh, I'm on air. Somebody else take it. Ja, you might be able, I know you're not supposed to be even talking. I know we have 5 minutes to say what we can say on air so we can wrap up and then get back to the conversation.
I think another reason that we don't join is because they really don't listen to us. We've had the conversations that when we go to the doctor and mention things, they'll liken it to, oh, you're just a single parent, or you're just, stressful. And then there's months later when they find out that there's really an issue. If you're not listening to me, I don't want to join any type of testing. But the other thing is, we have to learn to speak up for ourselves. I have a doctor that tells me this blood pressure medicine works better with African Americans versus white. How? Because I asked the question and I let her know that something wasn't working for me. But yeah, it is disparaging. I mean, there's so much in this world that's only seen through a specific lens. I yield.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you brought that up because was it last week or the week before we spoke about BMI, body mass index, and that the measurements being used or the scale that's put in place was designed for who? Not for people of color, but yet we're using the same tools, the same metrics to determine if our body mass index is normal or not. So there needs to be much research done. So I'm going to wrap up the on-air, the internet radio stream, and then we can come back and continue the conversation. Bear with me, Mr. President. Yeah, we're going to be, for everyone listening on air, qmzradio.com, janoradio.com, madmusichouse.com. I want to say a big thank you for tuning in to Coffee in Tow. Remember, we're not going to be on air tomorrow. However, we will be back Friday morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. We invite you to join us on YouTube today for the rest of the conversation. And don't forget to subscribe to the Coffee in Tow YouTube channel. Turn on your notifications. Check out our podcast for uninterrupted listening to past shows. We also want to remind you to visit the website, www.coffeeintow.com. There's a lot of information. There are stories that we have not covered on air, resources, so on and so forth. All right. So we will be back with you on Friday, online listeners. All right. This is where we come to the end of the live stream. This is Moments with me signing out. Fan base on YouTube. I'll be right back with you. Bear with me one moment. And we are ending the show. Yeah, we have ended the show. So we are officially off the air on. Yep, let me double check and make sure. I don't want to assume. Let me just make sure we are officially off the air. Okay, yes, we are. All right, so YouTube Live, thank you for your patience. Fan base, thank you for your patience. Back with you. So, Mr. President, I know you were going to say something and I interrupted you. Go right ahead. Or am I?
No, just to reinforce the point Javed was making, a lot of the statistics and so is skewed, depending on who is creating it. Remember the facial recognition software they had to disband because they're saying it was disproportionately targeting people of color
Mm-hmm.
in the algorithm.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to be mindful. But when it comes to your body, also try to get to understand your body. That sometimes when you take something, your body rejects it.
Mm-hmm.
And I know if we're sick, it's difficult. And when we're desperate for cures, it's okay. But the onus is on us to do a lot of research, as Javed say, ask a lot of questions, speak to family members, speak to people who had similar experiences. We have to start to share more amongst ourselves and protect ourselves because somebody else would not do it for you. And the truth is, many times, moments, doing stuff that will benefit us is an afterthought. It's not even like they sometimes deliberate. Sometimes it's just an afterthought. We have to sometimes put ourselves in certain situation, conversations when it relates to us, because we cannot leave it to other people. There you go.
That is a fact. Thank you for that, Mr. President. Anybody else wants to say anything on this one?
You know what I find funny? So they used our bodies for different medical procedures. We all know, or if you don't know about the Henrietta Lacks story, look that up. But yet the science is still directed toward non-people of color. There something is off there. So did they adjust formulas for them versus our body? I don't know. I was just thinking about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's interesting. That's an interesting point to raise. So here's what they need to do then. Since they need to find a way, and I don't know what this is going to look like, or it's in early stages of the thought process for me. So bear with me. They are going to need to find a way to find a clinical trial that is headed up by doctors who are people of color, representatives from the Latin community and the African American community. Period. Point blank. Because it is going to be hard for those communities to trust a face that doesn't look like them. So they need to create, but then again, Lord have mercy, this whole DEI foolishness. But they need to create a body, Jazz, so that we have doctors who specialize in people of color who we can trust, because we are being affected.
So there actually is one. I'm sorry, Mr. President. There actually is one.
Mm-hmm.
It's called the Black Women's Health Imperative. I have been part of it since the inception.
Mm-hmm.
And every year I receive a survey asking me about my health. And then you get newsletters expressing to you or letting you know what they found from all the women that have joined this initiative. And it started back in 1980s. So I'm just looking at that right now. I've been a part of this for a long time. But it's called the Black Women's Initiative. So that's one that I know. And I'm sure there's others that we're not aware of. I know when I was looking into menopause, they had that menopause story on PBS, and there was some African American doctors there, Asian doctors, and they spoke about the differences of how menopause affects different people or different races. So they're out there. We just have to look into it.
And you know what, Jazz, you're saying that these are important links. This is a type of information we want to put on our resource page on Caffeine Talk. No? So clinical trials for people of color. Yeah, that's important. So if you don't mind, send me the link, text me the link, please, just so we can have it put up on the website.
Okay. I don't, at this point, I don't think they're taking any new people, but you can still follow the initiative.
Exactly, exactly. The information is important. When having access to information is key. At that point, now we know how to navigate, how to move, right? And I'm sure it can be a starting point, a reference point at least, so we can do research, right? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. All right. So, um,
Miss, I
yeah.
was saying, we're talking about clinical trial, right?
Mhm.
And this is usually with the pharmaceutical companies doing a lot of research and stuff. But where I think we can have more impact, remember we did a story here where doctors of color, black doctors especially, were saying that sometimes they're not taken serious in the industry, and sometimes the views and their pushbacks on certain medications or the experiences they have with their patients and so is sidestep a lot when it comes to the policy making, etc. So I think what we can do to advance our cause even more is to start supporting doctors of color. Start looking at what they're advocating for and give them the requisite support. Start asking questions, start some kind of dialogue so that we can advance the agendas and get them to the forefront.
Mhm.
Because if they are not in the forefront of the conversation, they will be swept under the carpet. And many times here in the space, we had a conversation where the black doctors, especially doctors, dentists, or practitioners, are saying that some of the stuff that is recommended is not for their clients, their
Mhm.
patients,
Mhm.
but yet still they're ignored. So maybe we have to start to support them a little more. There you go.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I agree. And here, and to buttress what you're saying, or to add to what you're saying, let me say this. Within the black community, we need to trust the black doctor too. I know we don't want to hear that, but it's the truth. I have heard, personally have heard conversations within our community. Not something I go to that one, then can't know what them I do. I don't know why we're made to, yet we will come from our home country where our doctors look like us. We trust them in our home countries, but here in the US, we don't trust the ones that look like us. I don't understand. Somebody can explain that train of thought? Hmm? Can somebody explain that? Because I don't get it. We come to the States and we go to a different community to find a doctor. In particular, the ones we trust the most, I must say, are the Indians.
The Cubans. I go to a Cuban doctor any day, anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No, I typically don't. Uh, I don't know. Like since I've been here, like I would prefer black. I don't know quite what it is. As a mother who's had 3 kids, I've learned a lot being like through that. Like you have to learn. For me, I feel like female first, and then and black the color next. Because what I'm going to determine is whether or not one you are relatable, two you are understanding. Because at the end of the day, if I don't feel like I'm being, I went to an Indian dentist, and if it wasn't for her black assistant, the lady would have pulled a tooth. When I'm telling you, I can feel that. Like she just kept saying, "I numbed you," and I was like, "It's like, girl, I'm in pain," you know. The black assistant is the only reason I got numbed again and couldn't feel anything. I was horrified. And she complained that I was just overreacting, which was quite bizarre.
But Mama, didn't Javed make that similar point earlier that when they're dealing with black patients, they just don't recognize what you have to say, your feelings and stuff like that. Why is that so?
Good question, because I can tell you, I've had my experience, and I'm like, oh, okay. I've had my experience, unfortunately, with an Indian doctor here in this. I think RoSolo almost cussed the person out too, because they were the one who was on call. It was an Indian who was on call when I had to deliver my first child, and oh Lord have mercy.
Was it because you didn't understand the language?
No, she was downright out of order. You know.
These studies, and this is the reason why our community is so hesitant, because our ancestry DNA, it's in our DNA to be terrified of what they would do to us. And this is the problem. Like they still to this day in the medical industry are taught that we have a higher pain threshold. They haven't removed that.
Yeah, that was one of the arguments that RFK used at his confirmation hearing when he was asked to state why he said the COVID vaccine should not be given to Black people first because they have a higher threshold and they're not susceptible to dying from.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You just said that the other day?
He said that. Yeah. You did.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the retort? Did anybody say anything against that?
No, because the question was put to him, and then he was like,
"This was during the confirmation."
Yeah. He said it prior to coming to the confirmation, but then he was asked. He was put on the, he was asked the question on the oath that what does he mean by that? That was his explanation.
And this is the reason why we're not running to get these tests, because what would they do with the data that they collect? Like, I am sorry, but I'm not signing up for that.
I'm telling you. Yep. We are.
I can't believe in 2025 someone fixed their mouth to say that.
Yeah, but that's what they voted for. Is that not what they voted for?
Exactly.
That's what they were championing. I mean, when a quack can basically come on the internet and say anything, and the clapping seals will then jump. Oh yeah, he has a point. Yeah, all sides are. This person has no a medical background, nothing. But then because the United States has this thing about people being free to talk about nonsense. And then you think just because somebody is opening and exercising their gum, they're actually speaking their sense.
But Adesoji, after the, because I haven't really been watching the news the past couple of days, but after that, did anyone question it? Did anyone on the news say that was absurd to even say that? No one said anything about that?
Not from the news commentary. No, you won't get that news. You won't get that stuff. I mean, the what's it called? The mainstream or legacy media is known has been flatlined. So basically, they're all they've all got their knee bending to the Führer, as they would say. So.
I'm sorry, Moments. I was just taken aback by that statement. I'm just like, we all know that is happening, but for him to fix his mouth and say that on TV during confirmation, wow.
The shocking thing is actually Black people who should know better. The history is there. The Tuskegee experiments, Harriet Washington's book, what's it titled again? Medical Apartheid. It's dead. It's all documented. And you would think people who have experienced that will be the first to shut him down. No, they're the ones that actually say. I mean, it's wild. It's just wild. You know what?
Listen, so then, Moments, going back to the story that I just gave you, how do we become representative outside of, you know what?
We just have to do what we do in our communities.
I was gonna start with that separate, not equal. Yeah, I'll just be quiet. I'm coughing. I'll be quiet.
My major concern, Jay, and Moment, and the panel, is even if we are receptive, because it will be beneficial to our children and our legacy, to be able to get some data to assist in some of the chronic diseases that we already know exists within our community. Like, what is the, other than that being the benefit, like the issue is how do we trust our own, even if it's a Black medical doctor that won't sell the information? Like this is the thing, the power, that whole thing in superhero movies, with great power comes responsibility. Right? It's behooving to me. Even if we say it's for us, by us, does that not mean that they will find a cure and sell it for $1,000 for one tablet when we're the ones that provided the cure? Like, again, listen, I used to make jokes as a child, like, oh, my ancestors and my genes are just naturally sporty. And I did an ancestry DNA to come to find out there's an elite athlete gene, and that was not a joke, and that is real. I mean, like, so that tells me a lot of things.
Listen. Ah, boy. Here's the thing. We stop looking for representation in Washington. Let me put it that way. And when I say stop looking, it doesn't mean that we don't do what we can at our level. Doctors within our communities will have to come together to do the research, seek the funding to get the research done, because it stands to, and we in the community need to support the research too, because it is to our advantage, to our benefit, even if it's not in our lifetime, our children, our grandchildren, and generations to come. We have to build communities, support communities, so that the efforts and the initiatives that we can take advantage of come to us, come from us, by us, for us. We keep looking to somebody else, in your words, Mr. President, to come and save us. We keep doing that. We need somebody else to save our communities, somebody else to save our economies, somebody else to save our lives. What's wrong with we? What's wrong with us?
Oh man, that's good, but we have had so much sell out that it's so hard to develop these robust institutions that we need. We can't give up. We have to keep fighting the good fight. But as Johan just said, just to trust our own sometime, because you want to know who is behind pulling the strings. Is this for real? It's difficult, but the more we get the real data out there, so the important is for us to get access to data and to make sure that these doctors, these institutions that are supporting our interests, we support them so we can get the data, so we can make more informed decisions. And we have to start from somewhere. But especially here in America, it is really, really difficult, because just as an example, you look at confirmation hearings for some of the highest offices in this land, and to tell you the truth, some of them cannot pass for high school with the answers they're giving. No, serious. Like, you look at it and it's like, is this a circus? Like, is it a joke? Some of the answers is like, how do a grown man who supposed to have all his degrees and all, how could they come to those conclusions? How could, and they pass the confirmations. They pass the confirmations. And these are the people we have to trust with our lives. Look at the nonsense going on for the health. Anyhow.
I have something to add. I think it would be beneficial to our community to resolve, because I'm a solution person first. And so when I start thinking about challenges and I pose that question to the panel, like, I started thinking, what would be the solution that would ease our ancestors and our people, really? Like, as a business owner, I understand things like patent and protections and trademarks. Like, with the world we're currently living in, we are going to have to start trademarking even our likeness, our voice. I feel like I would be so much more comfortable knowing that I have patented or trademarked my likeness, whether that be body parts, organs, voice, so that when I'm gone, if you test, my children and their children can receive residuals. Because here's my thing, what is going to stop them?
And they will find some deviant way to circumvent, some way. I don't know, but it starts with us trusting each other Mr. President. That's where we have to start. Building trust with each other. Stop selling out. Stop selling each other out. We need to
Yeah,
start
we have to
taking these
start supporting
backdoor
each other.
deals. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. President. Sorry.
I say we have to start supporting each other like we do here on Coffee and Toe with Laura Merskin's Food and Adesoji Speaks and James Carve stuff and you and everybody else, how we support each other with the little businesses and so that we do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that is where it starts. Buy Adesoji book, let him autograph it. Mr. Man, you have a book to autograph for me. Make sure you get to Atlanta, but that's not the point. Back to the point. No, that's where it starts. So we have to start to build strong communities amongst ourselves. And within those communities, just like how we have a space here right now, where anyone is welcome to come and express themselves politely, respectfully, and we embrace, we argue, we agree to disagree and stuff like that. It's a start. We need more of these spaces, so we cannot underestimate the contribution that we are making, where like-minded people will come together and we start a movement.
Mm-hmm.
We have all grown from the time we come together. We have all learned a lot. We have to start. That's where we have to start and just continue, and hopefully it takes on an organic life and transform.
Yeah.
And you have to start questioning.
Hold on. What happened? What happened? I lost contact. Lost contact with I lost contact with fan base. I'm gonna see if I can get back in. Bear with me, YouTube Live. Please, I apologize for the technical issue. Not my fault. I need someone to send me the link on fan base so I can get back to the space. Let's see. And okay. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back.
Okay, so I was saying, when it comes to the medical field, there is one journal that is world renowned. This journal has been published since 1823, and it's called the Lancet. If you doubt anything in the medical field, go and put. They have over 10,000 articles on there. Go and put your question in there. There will be a doctor all over the world that will pick up that question and answer it. I can guarantee you that. The Lancet. So begin from there and then talk to your personal doctor. Don't listen to any quack on the internet. And all of these, go do your research. It's nonsense. If I told you that the sky is blue, I should be able to demonstrate why it is blue. Not just tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
We need to be much more aware. Information about medicine is standard. Right now in the United States, now you read the story yesterday, tuberculosis is making a return. Polio is also making a return. This is something that has been wiped out in the rest of the world. Why? All of a sudden, because quacks, like that idiot that got confirmed or is about to be confirmed, was going around, pontificating on things he doesn't know about. And besides, fair play to him. The question about what do you mean by somebody has a higher threshold of was put to him by a Republican senator who happened to be a doctor. That what do you mean by that?
But what is interesting is when they were taking the yeas and the nays, all the Republicans said yay. Even the Black Republicans said yay.
And then just a point. Yeah.
There's only one Black Republican, please.
You should put a link on the resource site to the Lancet. So Adesoji can have the link, so she can put a link
what
to
is
the
the
Lancet.
website?
So that anybody,
www.what?
Hold on, I'll post it in the chat.
That way people could research medical information or ask questions.
The Lancet Home Journal is not it?
Yeah.
Yes, I found it. Okay. So I already to the website. I just added the link. It has been updated.
That's it.
I just added the link for the women's. Hold on, let me refresh. Hold on 1 second, folks. See, I'm multitasking here. I have added the link for the Black Women's Health imperative. So you can click on that. I'm just waiting for it to finish uploading, and then bear with me one moment. See, we're trying to update in real time so you have information available to you right away. So let me make sure it is there before I go run off my mouth about the things. Okay, resources. And yeah, so the Black Women's Health Imperative, the link is there on the resources page, www.coffeeinto.com. And the other one is the Lancet. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and add that one shortly. All right, yeah. The Lancet.com, yeah. So I'm going to add that one as well. Yeah, we have to stay abreast of information that is out there and available to us. And you know, you're right. We have to do our research. We have to do our research. And even more important is the resource page, right? As we do research and as we get information, we put it there and we drive the traffic there to show people, listen, we are here to work together, point each other in the right direction. All right. So keep the links coming. Any other link we need to put on? By the way, Adesoji, today, 7 p.m. Eastern, talk about it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Thank
yeah?
you.
Oh, yeah?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's a
Yeah.
launch, and you're like, oh, yeah.
No, because I was actually, as I'm speaking to you, I'm reading at the same time. So when you, so yes, tonight as the premiere of women and resistance. You can take the first letter of each of those words. So women and resistance on Adesoji Speaks. That will be myself and my sister from another mother, Aya Fubara Eneli, Esquire. And we're going to be looking at the contribution of women towards resistance, be it in the race against racism, colonialism, sexism, all sorts economic injustice. You know, if it's a woman, she's gonna get a mention. So tonight we're going to be talking about the lady that sings the blues, Billie Holiday. So yeah, so it's 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
All right.
Yeah.
And we will be checking it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Where can we check it out?
It's Adesoji Speaks on YouTube.
Oh, so it will be on YouTube as well as the podcast.
Yes, yes, yes. You get to see my handsome face.
I told you I don't want everybody to see you, Adesoji. What's up with that?
Adesoji. No, he has to put his face out there so the world can see the face and pull more people in. We can't be selfish. We can't be selfish at all. Come on.
I can't be selfish.
No, we cannot be selfish with Adesoji.
I don't need any more women trying to go for my man. What's up with that?
There's enough of this sweetness to go around.
Oh, really?
Are we on air?
Yeah, we're on air. We are still on YouTube. I'm about to wrap up YouTube live because I think we have thing there. I think we are at the end of our stories in our health and science. So we will be back YouTube live. Let me go ahead and do the wrap up with you. Want to say thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed to the YouTube channel. We are growing. Thank you for the new subscribers, those who joined today. We appreciate you. Thank you to everyone who has been watching. I must let you know, I feel like Isaac is. So far, I must let you know, we are accumulating our hours. We need to get to 4,000 watch time hours. We have made it since the 8th of January. It wasn't the 7th, it was the 8th. Wednesday, the 8th of January. We are now at 533 watch time hours, thanks to each and every one of you. So we are, call it 4,000, what may I say? Call it 3,500, well, 3,400 roughly hours away from meeting our 4,000 mark. And we are continuing to increase in our subscribers. We want to say thank you once again for joining the movement. It's time for change. Time for change in how the news is delivered. All right. So thank you for being a part of the vision and helping us to achieve our goals. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So YouTube Live, we will be back with you Friday morning, 9:30. All right. Until then, please take care of yourselves. Be good to yourselves and fanbase. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.